What if I told you that tonight, as you close your eyes and surrender to sleep over these next 4 sacred hours, something extraordinary is about to happen that has nothing to do with rest and everything to do with rewiring your entire financial destiny? That while the world sleeps unconsciously, you are about to enter the most powerful wealth activation portal discovered by Florence Scovel Shinn over a century ago. A supernatural dimension where your subconscious mind transforms into a divine receiving station for unlimited abundance, where every limiting belief about money dissolves automatically without effort, and where wealth consciousness gets programmed so deeply into your being that waking up rich becomes as natural and inevitable as breathing. But here is what I need you to understand before we go 1 second further, and this might be the most important decision you make this entire year. The information you are about to receive over these next 4 hours is not theory, not philosophy, not positive thinking recycled from self-help books. This is ancient spiritual technology tested and proven by thousands of people over generations who went from poverty to prosperity not by working harder or getting luckier, but by learning to use their sleep hours as dedicated time for consciousness transformation. And if you are discovering this teaching tonight, it is not accident or coincidence. You have been guided here by forces you do not fully understand yet, because something in you knows this is your moment. This is your breakthrough. This is the turning point where everything changes in your relationship with money and abundance. Before we begin this journey together, I need you to do 3 things right now in this very moment. And I promise you, these 3 actions will amplify everything you are about to experience by at least 10 times. First, hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications, because this channel is where we explore the deep spiritual laws of prosperity that Florence Scovel Shinn taught. The practical mysticism that most people never discover, but that has genuine power to transform your financial reality permanently. You do not want to miss a single teaching that could be the exact wisdom you need for your next breakthrough. Second, hit the like button, because that simple action tells the algorithm to share this message with other souls who desperately need to discover what you are about to learn. People whose lives could transform completely if they just knew these principles existed. Your like is not for me, it is an act of service to help others find their path to prosperity. And third, this is the most important one. Write in the comments right now, I commit to 21 days of wealth consciousness sleep programming starting tonight. When you write that public declaration, you are not just leaving a comment. You are speaking your commitment into existence, making it real, not just internally but externally, creating accountability, and telling your subconscious mind that this is serious, this is happening, this is your new reality starting now. Here is why that 21-day commitment matters more than you might realize. Neuroscience has proven that it takes a minimum of 21 days of consistent practice to begin forming new neural pathways in your brain, to start rewiring old patterns, to create new automatic behaviors. But here is what most people do not understand. Those 21 days have to be consecutive, unbroken, without skipping even one night, because every time you skip, you break the momentum and have to start the 21-day cycle over from the beginning. This is why I am asking you to commit publicly right now in the comments. You are far more likely to follow through on a commitment you have declared publicly than on a private intention nobody knows about. And after 21 consecutive nights of falling asleep to this wealth consciousness programming, something miraculous happens. The prosperity mindset that required conscious effort at first becomes automatic, natural, your new default operating system. You stop having to try to think abundantly, because abundance thinking becomes who you are at the subconscious level. Now let me tell you something about tonight that you need to understand from the very beginning so you approach these next 4 hours with the right consciousness and expectation. You are not going to stay awake trying to consciously absorb every word I speak. In fact, the opposite is true. The most powerful transformation happens when you allow yourself to drift off to sleep naturally while this teaching continues in the background. Because your subconscious mind, which controls 90% of your behavior and results, becomes maximally receptive to new programming when your conscious mind goes offline during sleep. Everything you hear after you fall asleep tonight goes directly into your subconscious without any filtering, analysis, or resistance from your conscious mind. by tomorrow morning, you will have spent hours absorbing wealth consciousness at levels so deep that most people never access them in an entire lifetime. You might not consciously remember much of what was spoken while you slept, but your subconscious will have recorded every single word, and it will begin creating new thoughts, new beliefs, new behaviors, and new circumstances in your waking life that match the abundant programming it received during your sleep hours. This is why Florence Scovel Shinn taught her students to treat sleep not as unconscious downtime, but as sacred programming time, the most valuable hours available for transformation, because your conscious mind, with all its doubts and limitations, is completely out of the way, allowing direct access to the subconscious where real change happens. Think about how much time and energy people waste trying to reprogram their minds during waking hours, speaking affirmations that feel empty because their conscious mind is simultaneously arguing against them, visualizing abundance while their logical brain points out contradictory evidence in their bank accounts, trying to maintain positive thinking while reality seems determined to prove them wrong. All that effort produces minimal results because they are working against massive resistance from the conscious mind that has been conditioned by years or decades of scarcity programming. But during sleep, all that resistance vanishes. The guard at the door goes home for the night. Your subconscious stands wide open, ready to accept whatever programming you give it, ready to be completely rewritten from poverty consciousness to wealth consciousness without argument or doubt or limitation. So here is exactly what is going to happen over these next 4 hours as you listen and eventually drift off to sleep. I am going to guide you through the complete prosperity teachings that Florence Scovel Shinn discovered through decades of working with consciousness and abundance. You are going to hear true stories of real people who transformed from poverty to prosperity by applying these principles faithfully. You are going to receive specific wealth affirmations repeated throughout the night that will penetrate deeper and deeper into your subconscious with each repetition. You are going to be given clear instructions about how to work with your consciousness, not just tonight, but every single night for the next 21 days to create permanent transformation. And most importantly, you are going to experience an actual energetic shift in your relationship with money that you will notice tomorrow morning when you wake up feeling different, thinking different, expecting different outcomes than you have been programmed to expect until now. Some people report that after just one night of sleeping to this programming, they notice money showing up unexpectedly the very next day. Others notice that their anxiety about finances decreases dramatically and is replaced by a strange peace and confidence they cannot logically explain. Others wake up with ideas and insights about how to create income that never occurred to them before. These early signs are evidence that something is shifting beneath the surface of your consciousness, that the programming is taking root, that your subconscious has begun the transformation process. But remember, the real magic happens with consistent practice over 21 nights minimum. That is when the new neural pathways become established, when the abundant mindset becomes automatic, when your outer circumstances have no choice but to reorganize themselves around your new inner consciousness. This is why, after you finish these 4 hours tonight, I want you to come back tomorrow night and listen again, and the night after that, and the night after that, for a full 21 consecutive nights without skipping even once. Set yourself a reminder. Make it non-negotiable. Treat it like the most important appointment of your day, because honestly, it is. 4 hours of sleep programming every night for 21 nights adds up to 84 hours of pure subconscious transformation work. That is equivalent to years of therapy or coaching or personal development seminars, except it is happening automatically while your body rests. You are literally sleeping your way to wealth, using time you would be unconscious anyway to completely rewire your prosperity consciousness. And here is something beautiful that happens when you commit to this practice publicly and then follow through faithfully for 21 nights. On night 22, after you have completed your commitment, I want you to come back to the comments section and write your testimony. Tell everyone what shifted in your life over those 3 weeks. Share the unexpected money that showed up, the opportunities that appeared, the inner transformation you experienced, the anxiety that dissolved, the confidence that emerged. Your testimony will not only honor your own transformation, but will also inspire others who are just beginning their journey, proving to them that this works, that these principles are real, that committing 21 nights to wealth consciousness programming produces genuine, measurable results. I read every single comment and testimony, and I am consistently amazed and deeply moved by the miracles people report after faithfully practicing these teachings. I have seen people manifest thousands of dollars from unexpected sources. I have seen debts disappear through circumstances they could not have predicted. I have seen new careers open up, businesses succeed, investments multiply, all because someone committed to 21 nights of reprogramming their subconscious for prosperity instead of continuing to reinforce poverty consciousness through unconscious sleep. But all of that potential, all of those possibilities, all of that transformation depends entirely on one thing: your decision right now to commit fully to this process. So I'm asking you again, if you have not already done it, write in the comments before we go any further. I commit to 21 nights of wealth consciousness programming starting tonight. Make that declaration. Speak that commitment. Create that accountability. Because I can promise you this, if you approach these teachings half-heartedly, listening once or twice casually without genuine commitment, you will get minimal results and probably conclude that it does not work. But if you commit fully, making this your sacred nightly practice for 3 weeks straight, treating it as the most important thing you do each day, maintaining consistency even when your logical mind doubts or your circumstances seem unchanged, you will experience transformation so profound that you will look back 3 months from now, barely recognizing the person you were tonight. The consciousness you hold about money and your worthiness to receive abundance is about to shift permanently if you let it. The neural pathways that have been automatically creating financial struggle in your life are about to be rewired for wealth creation if you commit to the process. And the subconscious programming that has been blocking prosperity from flowing to you is about to be dissolved and replaced with abundant beliefs that attract money naturally and effortlessly if you give this practice 21 faithful nights. Now let me address something that might be coming up for some of you as you listen right now. You might be thinking, I have tried so many things before to improve my financial situation, and nothing has worked long term. So why would this be any different? That is a completely valid and understandable question, especially if you have been disappointed by approaches that promised much and delivered little. So let me explain precisely why this sleep wealth programming approach is fundamentally different from almost everything else you have tried before. Most manifestation techniques and prosperity programs require you to work with your conscious mind, the part of you that thinks and analyzes and makes decisions during waking hours. They tell you to think positive, speak affirmations, visualize abundance, maintain high vibration, all of which sound good in theory, but prove extremely difficult in practice because your conscious mind has been programmed with scarcity beliefs for years or even decades. And those deep programs do not change just because you consciously try to think differently for a few minutes a day. It is like trying to overpower a freight train with a bicycle. Your conscious positive thoughts are the bicycle. Your subconscious scarcity programming is the freight train. And the freight train wins every single time because the subconscious is exponentially more powerful than the conscious mind in determining your actual results and circumstances. But this approach is completely different because we are not working with your conscious mind at all. We are going directly to your subconscious, while your conscious mind is asleep and offline, installing new programming when there is zero resistance, zero doubt, zero contradiction. We are catching your mind in its most receptive state and using those precious hours to rebuild your entire relationship with money from the foundation up. This is not positive thinking layered on top of negative beliefs. This is complete replacement of old programming with new programming at the deepest levels where behavior is actually controlled. And because we are working with your subconscious during sleep when it is hyperactive and neuroplastic, when your brain is literally reorganizing itself and forming new neural connections, the changes happen far faster and penetrate far deeper than any waking consciousness technique could ever achieve. This is the difference between trying to change the software on your computer while it is running, which is slow and glitchy and often fails, versus shutting down completely and installing a whole new operating system, which is clean and complete and permanent. Sleep is when you can safely shut down your old operating system and install the new one. Now, before you drift off tonight, I want to give you one simple practice to do in these final moments of consciousness that will set the stage for maximum transformation during your sleep hours. After I give you this practice instruction, you can relax completely, get comfortable, and allow yourself to naturally fall asleep whenever your body is ready, knowing that everything you need to hear will continue flowing into your subconscious throughout the night. Here is the practice. As you lie down and feel yourself beginning to relax towards sleep, I want you to repeat silently in your mind 3 times these words. I am wealthy, I am blessed, I am open to receive unlimited abundance tonight. Say that 3 times with as much genuine feeling as you can access. I am wealthy, I am blessed, I am open to receive unlimited abundance tonight. Those words, spoken as your last conscious thought before sleep, act like opening a door in your subconscious, inviting the wealth consciousness programming to enter freely and establish itself in your being. They create receptivity, openness, permission for transformation to happen. Then after you have spoken that 3 times, simply let go of all effort, all control, all conscious involvement. Release into sleep naturally and trust that divine intelligence working through your subconscious mind during the night will accomplish far more than your conscious mind could ever orchestrate through effort. One more thing before we transition into the deep teachings. If you have not yet hit that subscribe button, please do it now. This is not just about supporting the channel, though I am deeply grateful when you do. This is about making sure you actually have access to this content night after night for your 21-day commitment. If you are not subscribed, the algorithm might not show you this video again when you come back tomorrow night looking for it. You might waste time searching, get frustrated, break your momentum. But if you subscribe right now and turn on notifications, you guarantee that you can easily find this teaching every single night for the next 3 weeks. Maintaining your consistency, protecting your commitment, ensuring your transformation is not interrupted. So take that 1 second to click subscribe if you have not already, and then settle in, get comfortable, close your eyes if you want, and prepare to receive the most powerful prosperity teaching you have ever encountered. Your wealthy self is waiting on the other side of these 4 hours. Your abundant life is being programmed into your subconscious starting tonight. And 21 days from now, your entire financial reality is going to reflect the consciousness shift that begins in this very moment. Welcome to your prosperity portal. Welcome to wealth consciousness. Welcome home to the abundant being you truly are. Let me begin by sharing with you the most important truth Florence Scovel Shinn ever taught about prosperity, the foundation that everything else is built upon. The single understanding that has the power to completely transform your financial reality if you truly grasp it at a deep level. She taught that your current financial circumstances, whatever they are right now in this moment, whether you are struggling to pay basic bills or you have some resources but want more abundance, those circumstances are not happening to you randomly, and they are not being determined by outside forces beyond your control. Your finances right now are a perfect, precise mirror reflection of your consciousness about money, specifically your subconscious beliefs and programs about wealth, worthiness, scarcity, and abundance that operate beneath your conscious awareness. She said that poverty is not a condition you are stuck with. Poverty is a consciousness you are operating from. And wealth is not something you have to chase or force into your life. Wealth is a consciousness you step into that then naturally attracts money and prosperity to you. This is simultaneously the most liberating and most challenging teaching in her entire body of work, because it means you cannot blame your circumstances on the economy or your upbringing or bad luck or other people anymore. But it also means you have complete power to change your circumstances by changing your consciousness. And the fastest, most effective way to change consciousness is through dedicated work with your subconscious mind during sleep when it is maximally receptive to new programming. Think about what this really means for a moment. If your financial situation is a mirror of your consciousness, then every debt you carry, every bill you struggle to pay, every dollar amount in your bank account is showing you exactly what your subconscious mind believes about money and your worthiness to have it. This is not about judging yourself or feeling guilty. This is about recognizing that your subconscious has been programmed, often since childhood, with beliefs about money that you did not consciously choose and might not even be aware you are holding. Maybe you absorbed beliefs from parents who struggled financially and constantly spoke about how hard it is to make money, how you have to work brutally hard for every dollar, how rich people are greedy or unspiritual, how there is never enough to go around. Maybe you experienced trauma around money, times when lack created fear or shame or powerlessness, and your subconscious created protective patterns that actually push money away now to avoid experiencing that pain again. Maybe you inherited religious or cultural conditioning that taught money is the root of evil, that poverty is noble, that wanting wealth is selfish, that you should not have more than others around you. Whatever the specific programming is in your unique subconscious, it has been running automatically beneath your awareness, creating your financial results, and will continue creating those same results until you deliberately reprogram it with new beliefs. This is exactly why Florence Scovel Shinn became obsessed with the question of how to reprogram the subconscious mind most effectively, and this is how she discovered the extraordinary power of working with consciousness during sleep. She tried every technique available in her era. She worked with affirmations during waking hours, but found that people struggled to maintain them consistently and often felt like they were lying to themselves when their circumstances contradicted what they were affirming. She used visualization practices, but noticed that many people had difficulty creating vivid mental images and maintaining focus for extended periods. She experimented with prayer and decree work, which was more effective but still limited by the resistance of the conscious mind during waking hours. Then she discovered the ancient mystery school teaching that sleep is when the veil between conscious and subconscious becomes thinnest, when direct communication with the deeper mind becomes possible without interference, when programming can be installed that would be rejected during waking hours. She began teaching her students to use the transition into sleep as their primary prosperity practice time, and the results were so dramatically superior to anything she had seen before that she eventually made sleep work the centerpiece of her entire prosperity teaching. The reason sleep programming works so powerfully comes down to basic brain science that was unknown in Florence Scovel Shinn's time, but that modern neuroscience has now confirmed and explained. Your brain operates at different frequencies depending on whether you are awake, relaxed, drowsy, or deeply asleep. And these different frequencies determine how receptive your subconscious is to new information and how effectively new neural pathways can be formed. During normal waking consciousness, your brain produces beta waves, relatively fast frequencies associated with active thinking, analyzing, problem-solving, and conscious control. In this beta state, your critical faculty is fully online, evaluating everything, questioning everything, accepting only information that matches your existing beliefs, and rejecting anything that contradicts what you already think you know. This is why waking affirmations feel so difficult and produce minimal results. You are trying to install new prosperity beliefs while your beta wave conscious mind is simultaneously rejecting them as inconsistent with your current reality. It is like trying to upload new software while your antivirus program is actively blocking the upload because it does not recognize the file as safe and familiar. But as you begin to relax towards sleep, your brain waves slow down, shifting from beta into alpha, then into theta, then finally into delta, the slowest, deepest frequencies associated with unconscious sleep. In alpha state, that relaxed, drowsy feeling when you are no longer fully alert but not yet asleep, your critical faculty begins to go offline and your subconscious becomes more accessible. This is why Florence taught specific practices for the moments right before sleep, because you are catching your mind in alpha state when the door to the subconscious is starting to open. Then as you move into theta state, that dreamy twilight zone between waking and sleeping, your subconscious becomes even more open and receptive. This theta state is the same frequency experienced during deep meditation and hypnosis, which is why those practices are so effective for reprogramming. You are essentially hypnotizing yourself every single night as you drift off to sleep, and whatever thoughts, words, or programming you are holding in consciousness during that theta window goes directly into your subconscious without resistance. Finally, you enter delta state, deep unconscious sleep, where your brain waves are at their absolute slowest. This is when your brain does its most intensive repair, reorganization, and reprogramming work. Neural connections are strengthened, or pruned based on what you were focusing on before sleep and what information is being presented to your sleeping mind. New pathways are formed. Old patterns are dissolved. Your entire mental operating system is being rewritten based on whatever programming your subconscious received as you fell asleep and whatever it continues to receive throughout the night. Now, can you see why Florence Scovel Shinn was so passionate about teaching people to use sleep for prosperity work? You are naturally entering these highly receptive brain states every single night anyway. Your subconscious is going to be programmed during those hours, whether you do it deliberately or allow it to happen unconsciously. The only question is, what programming goes in? For most people, they fall asleep with their minds full of worry, fear, stress about money, replaying financial problems, imagining worst-case scenarios, essentially programming poverty consciousness into their subconscious during the most receptive time available. Then they wake up the next morning and recreate those same financial struggles in their waking life, because their subconscious spent the entire night reinforcing scarcity beliefs and limitation patterns. They are literally using the most powerful consciousness transformation tool available, their nightly sleep cycles, to program themselves for continued poverty. This is tragic, but also easily correctable once you understand the mechanics. What we are doing with this 4-hour sleep program tonight, and for the next 20 nights, is deliberately hijacking those natural brain state transitions for wealth consciousness installation instead of unconscious poverty programming. As you drift from alpha to theta to delta tonight, your subconscious is going to receive clear, consistent, repeated messaging about abundance, worthiness, prosperity, and wealth. Every story you hear, every principle explained, every affirmation repeated is carefully designed to penetrate into your subconscious and begin dissolving old scarcity programs while installing new abundance programs. And because this programming is happening during your most receptive brain states, while your critical faculty is offline and cannot argue or resist, it goes in cleanly and completely, creating new neural pathways that will then influence your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors during waking hours tomorrow and every day after. You are not going to wake up tomorrow morning consciously thinking, I learned these specific things last night and now I will apply them. That would be working with your conscious mind, which we already established is too limited and resistant for real transformation. Instead, you are going to wake up tomorrow and notice that somehow you feel different about money. Maybe the anxiety is less intense. Maybe you have ideas you did not have before. Maybe you find yourself naturally taking actions toward prosperity that you would have avoided yesterday. Maybe you speak about money differently, with more confidence and less fear. These subtle shifts are evidence that your subconscious has been reprogrammed and is now driving new automatic behaviors that align with wealth consciousness instead of poverty consciousness. Let me tell you a story that perfectly illustrates how this works and what becomes possible when you commit to consistent sleep programming. There was a woman who came to one of Florence Scovel Shinn's lectures many years ago in a state of complete financial desperation. She was a widow with 2 small children, no life insurance money because her husband had died suddenly without policies in place, and she had not worked outside the home during her marriage, so she had no recent job experience or clear career path. She was living on the charity of relatives who resented supporting her, facing the very real possibility of homelessness, consumed by fear and shame about her situation. She told Florence that she had tried everything she could think of to improve her circumstances. She had applied for dozens of jobs with no offers. She had attempted to start a small business from home, but had no customers. She had spoken affirmations and tried to visualize prosperity, but felt like she was lying to herself because her reality was so harsh. She was sleeping only a few hours each night because financial anxiety would wake her in the middle of every night with her heart racing and her mind spinning in panic. She said to Florence, I know you teach that consciousness creates circumstances, but I do not understand how I am supposed to have prosperity consciousness when I literally might be homeless next month. How can I feel abundant when I am terrified? Florence looked at her with great compassion and said something that changed everything for this woman. She said, You are asking the wrong question. You are asking how you can feel abundant given your current circumstances. But the real question is, are you willing to practice abundance consciousness regardless of your current circumstances? trusting that changed consciousness will create changed circumstances even when you cannot see how that is possible. Because if you wait until your circumstances improve to feel abundant, you will wait forever. Circumstances never improve first. Consciousness must shift first, then circumstances follow. And the way you shift consciousness fastest is by programming your subconscious during sleep, when it cannot argue with you about whether abundance is realistic given your bank account. Your conscious mind right now is completely convinced that poverty is your reality, because that is what your physical senses are reporting. But your subconscious does not care about physical reality. It only cares about whatever programming it receives, and it will work to create circumstances that match that programming, whether the programming is scarcity or abundance. Florence taught this woman the bedtime prosperity practice, giving her specific words to speak out loud right before sleep each night. The decree was simple but powerful. As I sleep tonight, divine abundance flows through my subconscious mind. Every cell of my being is being programmed for prosperity. I wake tomorrow magnetized to money, open to receive, aligned with unlimited supply. My children and I are divinely cared for. Lack is impossible. Wealth is natural. I am provided for abundantly. Florence told her to speak this decree slowly, with as much feeling as she could muster, even if it felt like pretending at first, and then to immediately lie down and allow herself to fall asleep while repeating silently, "I am rich. I am blessed. I am cared for." The woman was skeptical, but desperate enough to try anything, so she committed to the practice. That first night, she spoke the decree through tears, feeling foolish talking to herself about divine abundance when she had $17 to her name and no idea where next month's rent would come from. But she did it anyway, then fell asleep repeating the wealth affirmations silently. She slept through the entire night for the first time in months, not waking once with anxiety. Something about the practice had calmed her nervous system enough to allow deep rest. She continued the practice faithfully every single night, even though nothing changed in her circumstances for the first 2 weeks. But something was shifting inside her that she could not quite identify. The paralyzing fear was gradually being replaced by a strange calm. The constant mental rehearsal of worst-case scenarios was being replaced by occasional thoughts about possibilities. She noticed herself having ideas about ways to earn money that had not occurred to her before. In the third week, small shifts began in her external circumstances. A neighbor mentioned needing help with something and offered to pay her. Someone anonymously left groceries on her doorstep. A bill she had been dreading arrived already paid, with no explanation of who had paid it. These were not life-changing amounts of money, but they were evidence that something was moving in her favor, that invisible forces seemed to be organizing on her behalf. She kept faith with the sleep practice, speaking her prosperity decree every night without fail, falling asleep in abundance consciousness instead of fear consciousness. By the end of the first month, she had received an unexpected small inheritance from a distant relative she barely knew. A friend offered her part-time work that paid surprisingly well. Her landlord mysteriously reduced her rent without being asked. By the end of the third month, she had stable income, savings in the bank for the first time in her life, and complete confidence that she and her children would always be provided for. The financial crisis that had seemed insurmountable 12 weeks earlier had completely resolved through a series of circumstances she could not have predicted or created through conscious effort. When she went back to thank Florence, she said the most profound transformation was not in her bank account, but in her consciousness. She said, "I used to lie awake at night, terrified that we would end up on the street. Now I lie down peacefully every night knowing we are divinely cared for, and that knowing creates the actual care in physical form. I stopped trying to figure out how money would come and just programmed my subconscious every night with certainty that it would come. And then it came from directions I never could have imagined." Florence smiled and said, "You discovered the secret that most people never learn. You cannot create prosperity from poverty consciousness no matter how hard you work. But when you establish prosperity consciousness first, even while your circumstances still look like poverty, the circumstances must eventually shift to match the consciousness, because that is how spiritual law works. And sleep is the fastest way to establish new consciousness because you are working directly with your subconscious when it has no resistance. Florence Scovel Shinn told this story in lectures for years afterward as perfect demonstration of the principle she taught constantly. Consciousness creates circumstances, never the reverse, and sleep is your daily opportunity to reprogram consciousness at the deepest levels. Now, I want to take you deeper into understanding exactly why your subconscious mind is so extraordinarily powerful in creating your financial reality. Because when you truly grasp this mechanism, you will never again underestimate the importance of what we are doing during these 4 hours together tonight. Your subconscious mind is not just a storage place for memories and habits. It is the actual creative force that generates your life circumstances, including every dollar that flows to you or away from you. Florence Scovel Shinn studied this extensively and taught that your subconscious is like a faithful servant that never questions your commands, never evaluates whether your instructions are good or bad, wise or foolish, possible or impossible. It simply accepts whatever you program into it and then goes to work creating circumstances in physical reality that match the programming. If you program scarcity, it creates scarcity circumstances. If you program abundance, it creates abundant circumstances. It has no preference either way. It is completely neutral and utterly obedient to whatever consciousness you give it. Most people have been unconsciously programming their subconscious mind for poverty their entire lives without realizing it. They absorbed scarcity programming from parents who worried constantly about money, from culture that taught competition and limitation, from personal experiences of lack that created fear and trauma. They reinforced that programming every single day through unconscious thoughts and words and beliefs that all said the same message over and over to their subconscious. Money is hard to get. There is never enough. I cannot afford what I want. Rich people are lucky or dishonest. I am not good with money. I always struggle financially. These thoughts and beliefs, repeated thousands of times, became deeply embedded programs in the subconscious mind, and then the subconscious faithfully created circumstances that matched those programs. Not because the universe wants you to struggle, not because prosperity is actually difficult, but simply because your subconscious was given poverty programming, and it produced poverty results exactly as it was designed to do. The extraordinary news, the truth that changes everything, is that you can reprogram your subconscious at any time with new instructions, and it will just as faithfully create new circumstances that match the new programming. You are not stuck with the poverty consciousness you inherited or absorbed. You can install wealth consciousness, and your subconscious will begin creating wealth circumstances just as automatically as it was creating poverty circumstances before. The challenge most people face is that reprogramming the subconscious is very difficult during waking hours when the conscious mind acts as gatekeeper, evaluating everything, allowing only information that matches existing beliefs to pass through to the subconscious. This is why affirmations spoken during the day feel so ineffective for most people. Their conscious mind is simultaneously contradicting every positive statement with evidence from current circumstances. I am wealthy gets immediately contradicted by, but look at your bank account. You are lying to yourself. I attract money easily gets blocked by you have always struggled financially. Why would that suddenly change now? The conscious mind will not let the prosperity programming through to the subconscious where it could actually do its creative work. But during sleep, everything changes. The conscious mind goes offline completely. The gatekeeper leaves his post. The door to your subconscious stands wide open with no filters, no evaluation, no contradiction. Whatever programming is presented to your sleeping mind goes directly into your subconscious without resistance and begins immediately creating new thoughts, beliefs, behaviors, and circumstances that align with the new programming. This is why Florence Scovel Shinn called sleep the sacred programming time, the golden opportunity that most people completely waste by either sleeping in unconscious worry or in blank unconsciousness with no deliberate programming at all. She taught her students to see those 6 to 8 hours of sleep every night as 6 to 8 hours of dedicated consciousness transformation work, time when your most powerful creative faculty is wide open and receptive and ready to be completely rewritten with new operating instructions. Think about what this means practically for your wealth creation. If you commit to falling asleep every night for the next 21 nights while listening to prosperity programming, like what you are hearing right now, you are essentially giving your subconscious mind 6 to 8 hours of dedicated wealth consciousness installation every single night. That adds up to 126 to 168 hours of pure subconscious reprogramming over 3 weeks. That is the equivalent of multiple years of waking affirmations or therapy or coaching, compressed into 3 weeks because you are working during the optimal time when your subconscious is maximally receptive. No human being could maintain conscious focus on prosperity affirmations for 150 hours while awake. Your mind would wander constantly. You would get bored, distracted, doubtful. But during sleep, your subconscious can absorb prosperity programming for hours and hours every single night without any effort from you, without any conscious involvement at all. You are literally sleeping your way to wealth, using time that would otherwise be spent unconscious to completely rebuild your financial consciousness from the foundation up. Now let me share with you the specific mechanism through which subconscious programming translates into actual money in your bank account. Because some people hear about consciousness work and think it sounds mystical or impractical, like you are just thinking positive thoughts and hoping money magically appears. But there is nothing magical or mysterious about this process. It is straightforward spiritual mechanics that works the same way for everyone. When you program your subconscious with wealth consciousness, several things begin happening automatically in your waking life. First, your thoughts change. Instead of constantly thinking about lack and limitation and what you cannot afford, you start naturally thinking about abundance and possibility and opportunity. This is not forced positive thinking. This is automatic thinking that arises from your newly programmed subconscious. You do not have to try to think abundantly. Abundant thoughts just start occurring naturally because that is what your subconscious is now generating. Second, your emotions and energy change. Instead of feeling anxious and stressed about money, you begin feeling calm and confident, a deep knowing that you are provided for and will always have what you need. This emotional shift is enormously important because your emotional state determines your energetic vibration, and your vibration determines what you attract into your life. When you are vibrating at the frequency of lack and fear, you attract more circumstances that create lack and fear. But when you shift to vibrating at the frequency of abundance and confidence, you naturally attract circumstances that create abundance and confidence. This is not wishful thinking. This is basic energetic law. Like attracts, like at the vibrational level. Scarcity consciousness attracts scarcity circumstances. Wealth consciousness attracts wealth circumstances. Third, your behavior and actions change. Your subconscious begins guiding you toward different choices and different actions than you were making before. You might suddenly think of calling someone you have not talked to in years, and that call leads to a business opportunity. You might feel drawn to go somewhere you do not normally go, and you meet someone there who becomes instrumental in your financial breakthrough. You might get an intuitive hit to apply for a position you normally would have thought was beyond your qualifications, and you get hired at a salary higher than you have ever earned before. These are not coincidences. This is your reprogrammed subconscious guiding you through intuition and impulse toward people, places, and opportunities that align with your new wealth programming. Your subconscious has access to information and intelligence that your conscious mind cannot perceive. It knows connections and possibilities you are not aware of consciously. And when you program it for prosperity, it begins orchestrating synchronicities and arranging circumstances that bring money and resources to you through channels your logical mind never could have planned or predicted. Fourth, other people respond to you differently. When your consciousness shifts from scarcity to abundance, people can feel that shift even if they cannot articulate what is different about you. You start showing up with more confidence, more certainty, more personal power, and people respond to that energy. Opportunities get offered to you that were not offered before. People want to work with you, hire you, partner with you, invest in you. Doors open that were previously closed. Resources become available that were previously out of reach. None of this requires you to do anything differently at the conscious strategic level. This all happens automatically as a natural result of your shifted consciousness that is broadcasting a different signal than you were broadcasting before. And finally, what Florence Scovel Shinn called divine synchronicity begins operating in your life. This is the realm of genuine miracles, where money and resources appear through means that your logical mind cannot explain or take credit for. An unexpected check arrives in the mail. A debt you owed is forgiven. Someone gifts you exactly what you needed at exactly the right moment. A business venture succeeds beyond all reasonable expectation. Investments multiply in value. Income streams open up that you did not create through your own efforts. These kinds of miraculous demonstrations start occurring regularly in the lives of people who consistently program their subconscious for wealth, not because they are lucky or special, but because they have aligned their consciousness with the spiritual law of abundant supply. And that law must produce corresponding results in physical form, because that is how consciousness and manifestation work at the fundamental level. This is why Florence Scovel Shinn promised her students that if they would faithfully practice subconscious prosperity programming every single night for 21 consecutive nights minimum, they would see undeniable evidence of financial improvement in their external circumstances. She was not making an empty promise or exaggerating for effect. She had seen this transformation happen in her own life and in the lives of hundreds of students who applied the teaching faithfully. She knew with absolute certainty that changed consciousness must produce changed circumstances, because that is spiritual law, as reliable and predictable as gravity or mathematics. You cannot hold prosperity consciousness and continue creating poverty circumstances. It is impossible. The two cannot coexist. Either your circumstances will shift to match your consciousness, or your consciousness will drop back down to match your circumstances. This is why consistency matters so much. If you practice prosperity programming for one night, and then go back to unconscious worry and scarcity thinking for 6 nights, your consciousness never stabilizes at the wealth frequency long enough to create lasting change. You have to saturate your subconscious with the new programming night after night after night until the wealth consciousness becomes your new default operating system, instead of just a temporary state you visit occasionally. Let me tell you another story. This one about a man who discovered this teaching when he was already successful by conventional standards, but felt like he was working far too hard for the money he was making and could never seem to break through to the next level of wealth he desired. He owned a small business that provided decent income, but required him to work 60 to 70 hours every week. And despite all that effort, he was basically trading time for money with no real wealth accumulation happening. He had tried multiple strategies to grow the business, hired consultants, invested in marketing, worked on his mindset during waking hours, but nothing produced the breakthrough he was looking for. He felt stuck on a plateau, making enough to survive, but never enough to thrive, and exhausted from the constant effort required just to maintain his current level. Then he encountered Florence Scovel Shinn's teaching about sleep programming and decided to try it consistently for 1 month. Every single night for 30 consecutive nights, he fell asleep listening to prosperity teachings and repeating wealth affirmations as he drifted off. He programmed his subconscious with the belief that money flows to him easily and abundantly, that his business grows effortlessly while providing immense value to others, that he is divinely guided to maximum prosperity with minimum effort, that wealth accumulation is natural and inevitable for him. For the first week, nothing seemed different. He still worked the same long hours, still faced the same business challenges, still had the same income level. His conscious mind started questioning whether this sleep programming was actually doing anything, or if he was wasting his time. But he had committed to 30 nights, so he kept going despite the doubt. In the second week, he started noticing subtle internal shifts. He felt less anxious about money, even though nothing had changed in his external circumstances. He had more energy during his work days, even though he was not sleeping more hours than before. Ideas started coming to him, small intuitive hits about changes he could make in his business that he had never thought of in all his years of strategic planning. He acted on a few of those intuitive ideas, making small adjustments that his logical mind did not think would matter much. By the third week, external shifts started becoming visible. A client he had worked with years ago contacted him out of nowhere, wanting to hire him for a much larger project than they had ever done before. A competitor approached him about a partnership arrangement he never would have considered previously, but that suddenly felt right. He hired someone for a position he had been trying to fill for months, and that person turned out to be extraordinarily talented, taking major responsibilities off his plate. By the end of the 30 days, his monthly income had increased by 40% with less personal effort than before. And more importantly, momentum had clearly shifted. He could feel that he was no longer stuck on that plateau. He was rising, and it felt effortless compared to all the years of grinding that had produced minimal growth. He said the most shocking thing was realizing that the breakthrough had nothing to do with new strategies or harder work or better marketing. The actual mechanisms of success, the how it happened details, were completely different than anything he had been trying to force. The shift occurred because his consciousness changed, first at the subconscious level through consistent sleep programming, and then his circumstances reorganized themselves around his new consciousness. Opportunities he could not have planned or predicted simply appeared. People showed up to help him in ways he did not ask for. Resources became available that were not available before. And all of it flowed naturally from the inside out. From shifted consciousness, creating shifted circumstances, exactly as Florence Scovel Shinn had taught. He continued the sleep prosperity programming indefinitely after that, making it his nightly practice, and his business tripled in revenue over the following year, while his personal work hours dropped to 30 per week. He became living proof of the principle that wealth consciousness creates wealth circumstances far more effectively than hard work and strategy ever could. Now, as you lie here tonight listening to these teachings, I want you to start imagining what becomes possible for you personally when you commit to this practice faithfully for 21 consecutive nights minimum. Imagine waking up 3 weeks from now with completely different thoughts about money than you have right now. Imagine the anxiety and fear you currently feel about finances being replaced with deep calm and certainty that you are provided for. Imagine opportunities appearing in your life that you cannot even conceive of right now because your current consciousness does not have access to them yet. Imagine your income increasing without you having to work harder or longer hours. Imagine debts dissolving, savings accumulating, abundance overflowing in ways that feel miraculous but are actually just natural results of aligned consciousness. All of this is not only possible, but probable, even inevitable, if you saturate your subconscious with wealth programming consistently until the new consciousness becomes permanent. This is not fantasy. This is documented reality for thousands of people who have applied these principles faithfully. And you are hearing this teaching tonight because something in you knows you are ready for this transformation. Ready to finally break free from financial struggle and limitation, ready to claim the abundant, prosperous life that has always been your birthright, but that you have been unconsciously blocking through poverty consciousness. So as you feel yourself becoming drowsier, as your body relaxes more deeply, as your conscious mind begins to release its grip, and your subconscious becomes more open and receptive, I want you to silently speak this intention one time with as much genuine feeling as you can access. My subconscious mind is now being completely reprogrammed for wealth. Every limiting belief about money is dissolving. Every scarcity pattern is being released. I am becoming a magnet for abundance. Money flows to me easily from expected and unexpected sources. I am wealthy. I am blessed. I am divinely provided for always. Speak that silently with feeling one time, and then let go of all effort. Allow yourself to drift naturally towards sleep, trusting that your subconscious will continue absorbing prosperity programming throughout the entire night, building new neural pathways, dissolving old patterns, installing wealth consciousness that will transform your waking life in ways you will clearly see within days and weeks. Your wealthy self is emerging tonight. Your abundant life is being created in consciousness right now. And your financial reality has no choice but to shift and align with your new consciousness, because that is how spiritual law works. Relax completely now. Release all control. Trust the process. Let the transformation happen. One of the most important things Florence Scovel Shinn taught about prosperity consciousness is that true wealth is not just about having money in your bank account. True wealth is a state of being, a way of moving through the world, a consciousness of unlimited supply that knows at the deepest level that you are always provided for, that there is always enough, that you are connected to infinite resources that can never be depleted. She taught that you could have $1 million and still operate from poverty consciousness if you are constantly worried about losing it, anxious about whether it is enough, unable to enjoy it because fear dominates your relationship with money. And conversely, you could have very little money in a particular moment but operate from wealth consciousness, knowing with certainty that more is always coming, that you are taken care of, that lack is temporary, and abundance is your natural state. The goal of this sleep programming we are doing together is not just to increase the numbers in your bank account, though that will absolutely happen as a natural result. The deeper goal is to establish you permanently in wealth consciousness, so that regardless of external circumstances, you know yourself as an abundant being connected to unlimited supply. This distinction matters enormously because most people approach prosperity work with what Florence called begging consciousness instead of commanding consciousness. They approach the universe as beggars asking, "Please, can I have some money?" hoping maybe abundance will come if they are lucky or good enough or deserving enough. They see themselves as small and powerless, hoping that some external force will choose to bless them with resources. But this begging consciousness actually repels prosperity because it is rooted in the belief that you are separate from the source of supply, dependent on something outside yourself to give you what you need. Florence taught that this is completely backwards from how spiritual law actually works. You are not separate from the source of supply. You are an individualized expression of the same infinite intelligence that creates and sustains the entire universe. That creative power flows through you, not to you from somewhere else. When you truly understand this, you stop begging and start commanding. You stop hoping money might come and start knowing it must come because you are aligned with the law of supply that governs all abundance. Commanding consciousness is not about arrogance or demanding that the universe serve you. It is about recognizing your true spiritual identity as a creator, as someone who has the authority to speak things into existence through the power of your word combined with faith. Florence was deeply influenced by the biblical teaching that God created the entire physical universe through spoken word. Let there be light, and there was light. She understood that you, made in the image and likeness of that same creative intelligence, have that same power operating through your spoken word when you know how to use it correctly. This is why she emphasized spoken decrees so much in her teaching. Your words, especially words spoken with feeling and faith and absolute conviction, set creative forces in motion that must produce corresponding results in physical form. When you speak wealth into your life with commanding consciousness, knowing that you have the spiritual authority to decree prosperity and the universe must obey because that is law, you activate manifestation power that begging and hoping can never access. But here is the challenge most people face. During waking hours, their conscious mind knows their current circumstances too well to speak prosperity commands with genuine conviction. They look at their bank account. They know exactly how much debt they carry. They are acutely aware of all the evidence that contradicts abundance. And so when they try to speak wealth declarations, the words feel empty and powerless because their conscious mind is simultaneously arguing against every statement. This is precisely why sleep time is so valuable for building commanding consciousness. When you fall asleep listening to prosperity teachings and wealth affirmations, your subconscious absorbs those declarations without any contradiction from your conscious mind. The words go in as truth, as fact, as commands that your subconscious accepts completely and begins working to manifest immediately. Night after night of this programming builds absolute certainty at the subconscious level that you are wealthy, you are blessed, you are connected to unlimited supply. And when that certainty becomes established deeply enough in your subconscious, it starts automatically expressing through your conscious thoughts and words and behaviors during waking hours. You find yourself naturally speaking with more confidence about money. You find yourself making decisions from abundance instead of scarcity. You find yourself acting like a wealthy person even before your circumstances fully reflect wealth. And that consciousness and behavior then creates the circumstances to match. Florence told a powerful story about a woman who came to her absolutely convinced that she was cursed with bad luck around money, that no matter what she tried, poverty followed her like a shadow. This woman had grown up in extreme lack, had experienced job losses, and failed businesses and financial betrayals. and had developed an identity as someone who was just destined to struggle financially. Florence listened to her story and then said something that shocked the woman. She said, "You are absolutely right. You are cursed, but not by any external force. You have cursed yourself with your own spoken words and beliefs. Every time you say, 'I am unlucky with money,' or 'money never works out for me,' or 'I always struggle financially,' you are speaking a curse over your own life, commanding your subconscious to create poverty circumstances, decreeing lack into existence through the creative power of your word. And your subconscious, which is completely obedient to your commands, whether those commands are empowering or destructive, is simply doing exactly what you have told it to do." The woman was stunned. She had never thought about her words that way, never realized she was literally creating her financial struggle through the negative declarations she made constantly. Florence then taught her the solution. She said, "You must reverse the curse by speaking the opposite command with equal or greater intensity and conviction. For every time you spoke poverty in the past, you must now speak wealth. For every negative declaration you made, you must make a positive decree. And the fastest way to do this reprogramming is during sleep when your conscious mind cannot argue with your new commands." She gave the woman a specific nighttime prosperity decree to speak before bed every night. "All financial curses are now broken and reversed. I decree unlimited abundance in my life. Money flows to me constantly from multiple sources. I am blessed. I am wealthy. I am prosperous in all ways. Every word I speak creates wealth. I am favored and fortunate in all financial matters." The woman committed to speaking this decree out loud with passion every night for 30 consecutive nights before sleep. She reported back to Florence after the first month with an amazing testimony. She said that initially, speaking the decree felt false and difficult because her conscious mind kept reminding her of all the evidence that contradicted the words. But she kept doing it faithfully every night. And somewhere around the 10th night, something shifted. The words started feeling less fake and more possible. By the 20th night, they felt natural and even true despite her circumstances still being tight financially. And by the 30th night, her circumstances had begun shifting dramatically. She had received a job offer with salary double what she had been making. A debt she thought she would carry for years was forgiven by the creditor for no clear reason. Someone gave her a car when hers broke down beyond repair. Small amounts of money kept appearing unexpectedly. She said the most profound change was internal, though. She no longer identified as an unlucky person cursed with poverty. She knew herself as blessed and fortunate and abundant, and that knowing was attracting circumstances that matched it. The curse was broken, not through some magical ritual, but through reversing her spoken word declarations and programming her subconscious with wealth commands instead of poverty commands. This story illustrates something crucial that I want you to understand deeply as you lie here tonight. Whatever financial circumstances you are experiencing right now are the physical manifestation of words and beliefs you have been speaking and holding, consciously or unconsciously, for months or years or even decades. You have been commanding your subconscious mind through your habitual thoughts and words, and it has faithfully created circumstances that match those commands. If you have been thinking and speaking scarcity, your subconscious created scarcity circumstances. If you have been thinking and speaking abundance, your subconscious created abundance circumstances. There is no judgment in this. You were not taught how this mechanism works. You did not realize the creative power of your words and thoughts. You were unconsciously programming limitation. But now that you know how it works, now that you understand your words and thoughts are literally commands to your subconscious that create your reality, you can take conscious control of that programming and deliberately install new commands that create the wealth and abundance you desire. This is what we are doing during these 4 hours tonight and for the next 20 nights if you commit to the full practice. We are reversing every poverty command you have unconsciously given your subconscious throughout your life. We are breaking every financial curse you have spoken over yourself unknowingly. We are installing new wealth commands, new prosperity declarations, new abundance beliefs that your subconscious will accept as truth and begin manifesting immediately in your circumstances. And because we are doing this during sleep when your conscious mind is offline and cannot interfere with doubt and contradiction, the new programming goes in clean and deep and powerful, creating transformation far faster than any waking practice could achieve. You are essentially performing spiritual surgery on your financial consciousness tonight, removing old poverty programs and installing new wealth programs while your conscious mind sleeps peacefully, unaware of the profound reprogramming happening at deeper levels. Now I want to teach you something specific about how to work with your consciousness in these moments right before you fall fully asleep, because there is a particular practice that multiplies the effectiveness of everything else you are hearing. In the state between waking and sleeping, that drowsy twilight zone where you are no longer fully conscious but not yet unconscious, your brain is producing theta waves that are the same frequency experienced during deep hypnosis. In this theta state, your subconscious is maximally open to suggestion and programming. Florence Scovel Shinn knew about this state even though she did not have the scientific language of brainwaves to describe it. She called it the gateway between worlds, the moment when you have one foot in physical consciousness and one foot in spiritual consciousness, when communication between conscious and subconscious becomes direct and unfiltered. She taught her students to use this gateway moment very deliberately for prosperity programming. As you lie in bed feeling yourself becoming drowsy, instead of just unconsciously drifting off to sleep or filling those moments with worry and mental chatter, you consciously choose what your last thoughts and words will be before consciousness fades. She taught that the last thought you think, the last words you speak internally before sleep takes you, sink into your subconscious with extraordinary power because there is no conscious thought coming after to contradict or neutralize them. Those final thoughts and words become the seed programming that your subconscious works with throughout the entire night, building circumstances that match them. So if your last conscious thoughts before sleep are worries about bills or fears about money or stress about circumstances, you are programming your subconscious to work all night, creating more situations that produce worry, fear, and stress. But if you deliberately choose to make your final thoughts and words declarations of abundance, gratitude for provision, certainty of wealth, trust in divine supply, you program your subconscious to work all night, creating circumstances that match abundance, provision, wealth, and supply. Let me give you the specific practice to use tonight and every night going forward. As you feel yourself getting drowsy and know that sleep is coming soon, consciously speak these words internally with as much feeling as you can access. I am falling asleep in wealth consciousness. My subconscious is absorbing abundance programming throughout the night. I wake tomorrow magnetized to money, expecting miracles, knowing I am divinely provided for. Say those words slowly, with intention, really feeling each statement as truth, even if your logical mind wants to question it. Then immediately after speaking those words, let go of all mental effort. Do not let any other thoughts intrude. Just allow yourself to drift naturally into sleep, making those prosperity declarations your final conscious act before sleep takes you. This practice ensures that your subconscious receives clear wealth commands in the exact moment when it is most receptive, and then works with that programming all night while your body rests. Some nights you might fall asleep so quickly that you barely finish speaking the words before consciousness fades. That is perfect. Other nights you might lie there a bit longer, drifting in and out of drowsiness, and you can speak the wealth decree multiple times if you want, continuing until sleep finally takes you completely. There is no wrong way to do this, as long as you are making prosperity consciousness your last focal point before sleep, rather than allowing unconscious worry or mental chatter to dominate those precious moments. Over time, with consistent practice night after night, this bedtime wealth programming becomes so automatic that you do not even have to consciously think about it. Your mind naturally shifts into prosperity declarations as you lie down for sleep, just like your body naturally relaxes and your breathing naturally slows. It becomes your new pattern, your new habit, your new default way of transitioning into sleep. And when wealth consciousness becomes your automatic program every single night, wealth circumstances become your automatic reality in physical life. As you lie here now, perhaps feeling yourself becoming more and more relaxed, more and more drowsy, starting to drift toward that theta gateway state, know that you are not just passively listening to words. You are actively participating in the most important work you can do for your financial transformation. You are allowing prosperity programming to penetrate into your subconscious, while your conscious mind gradually releases control. You are planting abundant seeds in the fertile soil of your sleeping consciousness that will grow into wealth circumstances in your waking life. You are becoming someone different at the deepest level, someone who knows themselves as prosperous, someone who expects abundance, someone who magnetizes money naturally. This transformation is happening right now in this very moment, not tomorrow or next week, but now as you absorb these teachings and your subconscious accepts them as new operating instructions. Your wealthy self is emerging. Your abundant life is being created in consciousness first, which means it must manifest in physical form because that is spiritual law. Nothing can stop this transformation once it is set in motion at the subconscious level, except you going back to old poverty programming. And you are not going to do that because you have committed to 21 consecutive nights of wealth consciousness programming, which means you are giving your subconscious no opportunity to slip back into old patterns. You are saturating your mind with prosperity night after night until the new consciousness becomes permanent and unchangeable. Trust this process completely. Surrender to it fully. Allow the reprogramming to happen without resistance. Your financial breakthrough is being created tonight in the invisible realm of consciousness. And soon, very soon, you will see the evidence appear in your visible circumstances. For now, just relax, breathe deeply, and let yourself drift towards sleep, knowing you are divinely guided, abundantly blessed, and perfectly cared for always. There is a spiritual principle that Florence Scovel Shinn taught, which most people completely miss when they are trying to manifest prosperity. And missing this principle is the reason why so many people work so hard on their mindset and still see minimal results in their bank accounts. She called this principle the law of preparation, and it states that before you can receive the abundance you desire in physical form, you must first prepare yourself at the consciousness level to handle that abundance without fear or self-sabotage. Most people think they are ready for wealth because they want it desperately and can imagine how wonderful it would feel to have it. But wanting wealth and being prepared to receive wealth are two completely different things. You can want $1 million while simultaneously holding deep subconscious beliefs that rich people are bad, that having money will make you a target, that you will lose yourself if you become wealthy, that people will only want you for your money, that abundance brings problems you cannot handle. These contradictory subconscious programs create internal resistance that blocks wealth from flowing to you, even when you are consciously working hard to attract it. Florence worked with countless students over the years who would experience small financial breakthroughs and then immediately self-sabotage back to their previous level of lack. They would receive unexpected money and then immediately spend it on unnecessary things or have an emergency that consumed it or lose it through careless mistakes. She realized these people were not yet prepared at the subconscious level to hold wealth, so whenever money came, their subconscious found ways to push it away again, to return to the familiar, comfortable poverty level that felt safe even though it was painful. This is why she taught that the first work of prosperity manifestation is not attracting money, but preparing your consciousness to receive and hold money without sabotaging it. And the most effective way to do this preparation work is during sleep, when you can install new subconscious programs about wealth being safe, good, natural, and sustainable for you. Think about it this way. If someone suddenly gave you $10 million tomorrow, but your subconscious still held poverty programming and fear around wealth, what would happen? Studies show that most lottery winners lose all their money within a few years and often end up worse off than before they won because they were not prepared internally to handle that level of abundance. Their consciousness could not sustain the wealth. Their subconscious beliefs and patterns were still calibrated for poverty, so they unconsciously created circumstances that matched their internal programming. Losing the money through bad decisions, exploitation by others, addiction, reckless spending, or other means. The money came, but the consciousness was not prepared, so the money could not stay. This is why Florence emphasized consciousness work so heavily. She knew that when you prepare your consciousness first through deliberate subconscious programming, and then wealth comes, it stays and grows because your internal state can sustain it. So what does it mean practically to prepare your consciousness for wealth? It means systematically identifying and removing every limiting belief, every fear, every negative association you have with money and abundance at the subconscious level. It means replacing scarcity programming with abundance programming. It means dissolving the identity of yourself as a person who struggles financially and establishing a new identity as someone who is naturally wealthy and blessed. It means building genuine comfort with the idea of having significant money, seeing yourself as someone who manages resources well, feeling deserving and worthy of prosperity, trusting yourself to handle wealth responsibly and joyfully. All of this internal preparation work happens most effectively during sleep because that is when you have direct access to the subconscious mind, where these programs and beliefs actually live and control your behavior. Over these 4 hours tonight, as you absorb prosperity teachings and wealth affirmations while you sleep, your subconscious is doing that preparation work automatically. Every limiting belief about money that comes into contact with the abundance programming you are hearing gets weakened and eventually dissolved. Every fear around wealth gets soothed and released. Every negative association with being rich gets replaced with positive associations. Your identity is gradually shifting from someone who struggles to someone who prospers. And this preparation is absolutely essential, because when the money starts flowing to you in physical form, which it will as a natural result of your changed consciousness, you will be ready to receive it, hold it, grow it, enjoy it, and use it wisely because your subconscious has been prepared to handle abundance rather than sabotage it. Let me share a story that illustrates this beautifully. There was a young woman who attended Florence Scovel Shinn's classes, who was brilliant and talented, but could never seem to earn more than just barely enough to survive despite her abilities. She would get opportunities for higher-paying work and then somehow talk herself out of them or make mistakes that cost her the opportunity. She would receive money as gifts and then immediately lose it or spend it impulsively. She could not save anything, no matter how hard she tried. It was like there was an invisible ceiling on her income and an invisible drain on any money that came to her. Florence recognized immediately that this was not a problem of opportunity or ability, but a problem of consciousness. The woman had deep subconscious programming that prevented her from receiving and holding wealth. Through conversation, Florence discovered that this woman had grown up in a religious environment that taught poverty was holy and wealth was sinful. She had internalized beliefs that good people do not have much money, that focusing on prosperity is shallow and unspiritual, that she should be content with just enough and wanting more is greedy. Her conscious mind had rejected these teachings years ago, but her subconscious still held them as truth and was sabotaging any attempt to rise above barely enough because that would violate her deeply programmed beliefs about what kind of person she was supposed to be. Florence taught her that before she could successfully attract and hold wealth, she had to reprogram those subconscious beliefs completely. She gave the woman a specific sleep practice to do every night for 40 days. Before bed each night, she was to speak out loud a decree that directly contradicted her old religious programming. The decree was, "Wealth is spiritual, abundance is holy, God desires me to prosper. Money in the hands of good people does tremendous good in the world. I honor the divine by accepting prosperity. I am wealthy and spiritual simultaneously. This is truth." Then she was to fall asleep while listening to prosperity teachings that reinforced these new beliefs throughout the night. For the first 2 weeks, speaking that decree felt deeply uncomfortable, almost wrong, because it contradicted everything she had been taught. But she kept faith with the practice, speaking it every night even when it felt false. Somewhere around the 3rd week, something shifted. The decree started feeling less wrong and more possible. She started questioning whether her old beliefs were actually true or just conditioning she had accepted without examination. By the 5th week, she genuinely believed the new decree. She could feel at a deep level that prosperity was not opposed to spirituality, but actually an expression of it. And once that internal shift solidified, her external circumstances began transforming rapidly. She got hired for a position that paid 3 times what she had been earning. She was given opportunities to do work she loved at rates she previously would have thought impossible to charge. Money came to her, and instead of immediately losing it, she found herself naturally managing it well and watching it grow. Within 6 months, she had more money saved than she had earned in total over the previous 3 years. The breakthrough happened not because she learned better money management techniques or worked harder, but because her subconscious was finally prepared to receive and hold wealth after 40 days of deliberate reprogramming during sleep. This is the kind of transformation that becomes possible when you commit to consistent sleep prosperity programming. You are not just trying to attract money, you are preparing your entire consciousness to be a vessel that can receive, hold, multiply, and joyfully use the abundance that is your spiritual birthright. And this preparation happens automatically as you absorb these teachings night after night. Your subconscious is learning that wealth is safe for you, good for you, natural for you. You are being prepared to handle prosperity without fear or self-sabotage. And this preparation work that you are doing tonight, and will continue for the next 20 nights, is perhaps the most valuable investment of time you could make. Because once your consciousness is fully prepared for wealth, the wealth must come. It is law. Prepared consciousness attracts corresponding circumstances with absolute reliability. Now let me teach you something that will help you recognize the signs that your consciousness is shifting and the preparation is working. Many people do this kind of subconscious work and then get discouraged because they do not see immediate changes in their bank accounts, so they assume nothing is happening and give up too soon. But consciousness shifts before circumstances shift. Internal changes happen before external changes become visible. If you know what signs to look for, you will see clear evidence that the programming is working long before money starts showing up differently in your life. Florence taught her students to watch for specific indicators that prosperity consciousness is taking root. The first sign is decreased anxiety about money. If you normally wake up in the morning with your stomach tight and your mind immediately going to financial worries, but after several nights of prosperity programming, you notice that anxiety is less intense or happens less frequently. That is evidence your subconscious is shifting. You are becoming calmer around money because your subconscious is starting to accept that you are provided for. The second sign is different thoughts about money. If you find yourself naturally thinking more abundant thoughts without trying, imagining positive financial scenarios instead of catastrophic ones, noticing opportunities where you used to see only obstacles, that is your reprogrammed subconscious expressing through your conscious thoughts. The third sign is behavior changes. If you find yourself making different choices around money, maybe speaking up to ask for a raise when you normally would stay silent, or investing in something that supports your growth instead of hoarding every penny in fear, or giving generously when you used to clutch resources tightly. These behavior shifts indicate your subconscious beliefs about money are changing. The fourth sign is synchronicities beginning to occur. If you start noticing meaningful coincidences around money, like thinking of someone and then they offer you work, or needing something and then finding it provided, or being in the right place at the right time to receive opportunities, this is your shifted consciousness starting to create shifted circumstances. The fifth sign is other people responding to you differently. If people suddenly seem more willing to help you financially, offer you opportunities, pay you more, or support your prosperity, they are responding to a change in your energy and consciousness, even if neither of you can consciously articulate what is different. These 5 signs typically show up within the first week or two of consistent sleep programming, long before dramatic financial changes appear in your bank account. When you notice these signs, do not dismiss them as small or insignificant. Recognize them as evidence that profound transformation is happening beneath the surface, and trust that external financial results must follow as consciousness solidifies. As you lie here now listening, perhaps already feeling drowsy and relaxed, know that this preparation work is happening in you right now. With every word you hear, with every teaching that penetrates your subconscious, you are being made ready to receive the wealth that is coming to you. Old fears are dissolving. Limiting beliefs are weakening. Your identity is shifting. Your consciousness is expanding to accommodate abundance. This is not something you have to make happen through effort. This is happening automatically simply because you are here, listening, allowing these prosperity principles to wash over your mind during this receptive state. Your only job is to relax, release control, and trust the process. Your subconscious knows exactly what to do with this programming. It is already reorganizing your beliefs, already preparing you to receive, already building the consciousness that will attract and sustain wealth in your life. Nothing can stop this transformation once it has begun at the subconscious level during sleep, except you returning to old poverty programming. And you are not going to do that because you have committed to 21 consecutive nights of wealth consciousness work. You are giving your subconscious no opportunity to slip back into old patterns. You are saturating yourself with prosperity until the new consciousness becomes permanent. Trust this completely. Your preparation is happening now. Your wealth consciousness is forming now. And soon, very soon, your circumstances will have no choice but to reflect the abundant being you are becoming. One of the most powerful teachings Florence Scovel Shinn ever gave about manifesting prosperity through sleep consciousness work involves understanding the relationship between gratitude and abundance. She taught that gratitude is not just a nice spiritual practice or a way to feel good. Gratitude is actually the magnetic force that attracts more of whatever you are grateful for. When you feel genuine gratitude for money and abundance, even before you have as much as you want, you create a vibrational frequency that draws more money and abundance to you. But when you focus on what you lack, complaining about not having enough, feeling resentful that others have more than you create a frequency that repels prosperity and attracts more experiences of lack. This is not reward and punishment from some external force. This is simple energetic law. Like attracts like. Gratitude attracts abundance. Complaint attracts lack. The challenge most people face is that it feels dishonest to practice gratitude for wealth when they are looking at an empty bank account or a pile of bills they cannot pay. Their logical mind says, how can I be grateful for abundance when I am experiencing scarcity? But this is exactly backwards from how manifestation works. You cannot wait until you have abundance to feel grateful for abundance, because the gratitude must come first to create the abundance. Florence taught that the way to resolve this apparent contradiction is to practice gratitude for the abundance you do have right now, no matter how small it seems, and to practice gratitude in advance for the abundance that is coming to you even though you cannot see it yet. Both practices train your subconscious to focus on abundance rather than lack, and what your subconscious focuses on expands in your experience. Let me give you a practical example. Instead of lying in bed at night thinking about all the bills you have to pay and feeling stressed and resentful, you would consciously choose to think about money you did receive today, even if it was small amounts, and feel genuine gratitude. Thank you for the $20 I found in my coat pocket. Thank you for the free coffee someone bought for me. Thank you for the paycheck I received, even though I wish it was bigger. This practice of finding things to be grateful for around money, no matter how small, begins shifting your focus from scarcity to abundance. You are training your subconscious to notice and acknowledge the money and resources that do flow to you instead of fixating on what you lack. And whatever your subconscious notices and acknowledges increases, because that is how manifestation works. Energy flows where attention goes. The second practice is even more powerful but requires more faith. This is gratitude in advance for money and abundance that has not appeared yet in physical form, but that you claim is already yours in the spiritual realm. You would say thank you for the financial breakthrough that is coming to me now. Thank you for the unexpected money that is on its way to me. Thank you for the raise I am about to receive. Thank you for the abundant life I am stepping into. When you practice gratitude in advance like this, you are doing something profound at the consciousness level. You are claiming the abundance as already real, already done, already yours, just not yet visible in physical form. And when you claim something as already real with genuine feeling and gratitude, your subconscious accepts it as fact and begins creating the circumstances to make it physically visible. Florence told a story about a man who came to her in desperate financial circumstances, facing bankruptcy, about to lose his home and business. He said to her, "How can I possibly be grateful when everything is falling apart? I have nothing to be grateful for." Florence looked at him and said, "You are breathing. Be grateful for that. You have sight to see and ears to hear. Be grateful for that. You are alive in a body that functions. Be grateful for that. You have people who love you. Be grateful for that. You have skills and intelligence. Be grateful for that." Start with gratitude for what you do have, even if it has nothing to do with money, because gratitude is a frequency that will shift your consciousness from lack to abundance, regardless of what you are specifically grateful for. Once you establish yourself in gratitude frequency, abundance must flow to you in all forms, including money, because that is law. The man was skeptical, but had nothing to lose, so he committed to the practice. Every night before bed for 30 days, he would speak out loud 10 things he was genuinely grateful for. For the first 2 weeks, none of them had anything to do with money, because he could not find anything about his financial situation to feel grateful for. He focused on health, relationships, abilities, small comforts, nature, anything he could authentically appreciate. Slowly, his overall emotional state began shifting from bitterness and despair to peace and hope. That shift in consciousness then began attracting different circumstances. People started treating him differently, responding to his changed energy. Opportunities appeared that had not been visible before. Solutions to problems emerged that he had not been able to see when he was in despair consciousness. By the end of 30 days, his financial situation had not completely turned around, but it had definitely stabilized and was clearly moving in a better direction. He had received help from unexpected sources. Creditors had agreed to payment plans he thought were impossible. New income opportunities had emerged. And most importantly, he no longer felt the paralyzing fear that had been consuming him. He felt held, supported, provided for, even though his circumstances were still challenging. He said to Florence, "The gratitude practice did not magically make all my problems disappear, but it changed me in a way that allowed me to navigate the problems from a completely different consciousness. Instead of drowning in lack and fear, I was standing on solid ground of abundance and trust. And from that changed consciousness, solutions appeared that were literally invisible to me before." Florence said, "That is exactly how spiritual law works. You cannot solve your problems from the same consciousness that created them. You must shift consciousness first through practices like gratitude, and then the solutions appear naturally because you are perceiving from a different level." Now here is what makes gratitude practice especially powerful when combined with sleep programming. When you practice gratitude right before falling asleep, you are setting your emotional frequency at abundance rather than lack during the transition into sleep, which means your subconscious absorbs that abundance frequency throughout the night. Remember, your emotional state when you fall asleep becomes the programming your subconscious works with for the next 6 to 8 hours. If you fall asleep feeling grateful, abundant, blessed, your subconscious spends the night building neural pathways that support those emotions and creating circumstances that will generate more experiences of being grateful, abundant, and blessed. But if you fall asleep feeling resentful, lacking, fearful, your subconscious spends the night reinforcing those emotions and creating circumstances that generate more experiences of resentment, lack, and fear. The emotions you fall asleep in determine the reality you wake up to, not immediately, but inevitably over time, as your habitual emotional state programs your subconscious, and your subconscious creates your circumstances. This is why I am going to guide you through a gratitude practice right now that you can use tonight and every night going forward as part of your sleep prosperity programming. As you lie there feeling yourself becoming more and more relaxed, more and more drowsy, I want you to bring to mind 3 things related to money or resources that you can feel genuine appreciation for. Maybe it is a meal you ate today. Someone had to pay for that food. Be grateful. Maybe it is a roof over your head tonight. You have shelter that countless people lack. Be grateful. Maybe it is the clothes you are wearing. You have covering and comfort. Be grateful. Maybe it is money that did come to you today in any amount. Acknowledge it with gratitude. Maybe it is an ability you have that could generate income. Appreciate that gift. Find 3 things, no matter how small they seem, and consciously feel gratitude for them. Do not just think the words "thank you." Actually feel the emotion of appreciation in your body, in your heart, for those 3 things. Then, after you have felt gratitude for 3 things that already exist, I want you to practice gratitude in advance for 3 financial blessings that have not manifested yet, but that you are claiming as already done in the spiritual realm. Thank you for the money that is flowing to me now from expected and unexpected sources. Feel genuine gratitude as if that money has already arrived. Thank you for my financial situation transforming easily and quickly. Feel appreciation for that transformation as if it has already happened. Thank you for the abundant, prosperous life I am living. Feel grateful for that abundance as if you are already experiencing it fully. When you practice gratitude in advance with genuine feeling, you are not lying to yourself or pretending. You are acknowledging spiritual reality before it becomes physical reality, which is actually how all manifestation works. Everything exists in consciousness first before it appears in physical form. By being grateful for abundance in consciousness before you see it physically, you are speeding up the manifestation process and ensuring it will appear because you have claimed it as already real. After you have done this gratitude practice, feeling appreciation for 3 things that exist and 3 things that are coming, simply release all mental effort and allow yourself to drift naturally towards sleep. Your final conscious act before sleep takes you should be gratitude, not worry or fear or planning or mental chatter, but genuine heartfelt appreciation. That frequency of gratitude becomes the foundation your subconscious builds on throughout the night. You will wake up in a different emotional and energetic state than if you had fallen asleep in anxiety. And that different state will naturally attract different circumstances in your day. This is not magic or wishful thinking. This is straightforward consciousness work that produces reliable results when practiced consistently. Florence emphasized to all her students that gratitude practice becomes exponentially more powerful when you do it consistently over time, rather than occasionally when you remember. One night of gratitude before sleep will shift your consciousness slightly. 7 consecutive nights will shift it noticeably. 21 consecutive nights will shift it dramatically. The compound effect of falling asleep in gratitude night after night after night rewires your brain at the neural level, making abundance consciousness your new default rather than something you have to consciously work to maintain. This is why I keep emphasizing the 21-day commitment. 3 weeks of consistent nightly practice is the minimum time required to create lasting transformation at the subconscious level. After 21 consecutive nights of falling asleep in gratitude while listening to prosperity programming, you will not have to try to feel abundant anymore. Abundance will be your automatic baseline consciousness, and your circumstances will naturally organize around that consciousness. Let me tell you one more story that beautifully illustrates the power of gratitude practice combined with sleep programming. There was a woman who was a single mother with 3 children living paycheck to paycheck with nothing left over and no savings. She was exhausted and overwhelmed and could not see any way out of the constant financial pressure. She heard Florence speak about gratitude as the key to prosperity and decided to try the practice even though it felt almost absurd given her circumstances. Every night for 30 days, right before falling asleep, she would force herself to find 10 things to be grateful for. Many nights she cried while doing it because it felt so hard to access gratitude when she was so tired and stressed. But she kept the commitment, speaking her gratitude out loud, even through tears, and then falling asleep. By the end of the first week, she noticed that she was sleeping better and waking up with slightly less anxiety. By the end of the second week, she noticed that small, unexpected helps kept appearing. A neighbor brought over groceries. Her mother sent her money for no reason. One of her kids got a scholarship that reduced expenses. By the end of the third week, she got offered a better job with significantly higher pay. By the end of 30 days, her financial situation was still tight, but moving in the right direction. And more importantly, she felt completely different internally. She said the gratitude practice had not made her rich yet, but it had made her rich in consciousness, which she could feel was the foundation that actual wealth would build on. She continued the practice long-term, and within a year, her income had doubled. She had savings for the first time in her adult life, and she felt abundant, even though she was not wealthy by society's standards. The shift happened because gratitude changed her consciousness first, and changed consciousness created changed circumstances inevitably. As you lie here now, possibly already drifting in and out of sleep, feeling deeply relaxed and peaceful, I want you to know that every moment you spend in gratitude is a moment you are programming your subconscious for abundance. Every time you choose appreciation over complaint, you are choosing prosperity over poverty. Every time you acknowledge what you have instead of fixating on what you lack, you are activating the law of increase in your life. And as you fall asleep tonight in gratitude, your subconscious will work throughout the night, building more things for you to be grateful for, creating circumstances that match your abundant consciousness. This is not hope or theory. This is spiritual law operating with perfect reliability. Gratitude attracts abundance. Complaint attracts lack. You are choosing gratitude. Therefore, you are choosing abundance. And abundance must come because that is law. Sleep now in gratitude and trust. Sleep knowing you are blessed and provided for. Sleep in peace knowing your wealthy life is being created in consciousness right now and must manifest in physical form soon. You are grateful, you are abundant, you are wealthy. This is truth. Rest in this truth tonight. Now I want to share with you one of the most profound secrets Florence Scovel Shinn discovered about why some people manifest wealth quickly and easily, while others struggle for years with minimal results despite doing all the right practices. This secret has to do with something she called the inner image, which is the picture you hold of yourself at the deepest subconscious level. Most people have an inner image of themselves as someone who struggles financially. Someone who always has to work hard for money, someone who never quite has enough. This inner image was formed through years of experience, conditioning, and repetition, and it functions like a thermostat that keeps your financial circumstances locked at a certain level. Just like a thermostat in a room maintains temperature at whatever it is set to, your inner image maintains your financial circumstances at whatever level matches the picture you hold of yourself subconsciously. When your circumstances try to rise above that image, your subconscious sabotages them back down to match the image. When your circumstances drop below the image, your subconscious works to bring them back up. Either way, you stay stuck at whatever level your inner image is set to. This is why people can win the lottery and lose it all within a few years. Their outer circumstances temporarily jumped far above their inner image. But because the inner image did not change, their subconscious could not sustain the wealth and found ways to bring circumstances back down to match the image of themselves as not wealthy. And this is also why people who have wealth consciousness can lose everything in a disaster or economic collapse and rebuild it quickly. Their inner image is of themselves as wealthy, so even when outer circumstances temporarily drop, their subconscious immediately goes to work creating new opportunities and resources to bring circumstances back up to match their wealthy self-image. The inner image is the controlling factor. Circumstances always eventually conform to whatever image you hold of yourself at the subconscious level. Florence taught that the fastest way to change your financial reality permanently is not to chase money or strategies or opportunities on the outside, but to change your inner image of yourself on the inside through dedicated subconscious reprogramming. When you change the inner image from poor person to wealthy person, from struggler to prosperer, from someone who barely gets by to someone who always has abundant overflow, your outer circumstances must eventually shift to match that new image, because that is how consciousness and manifestation work. And the most effective time to reprogram your inner image is during sleep, when your subconscious is maximally receptive to new programming without resistance from your conscious mind, which is very attached to your current self-image, and will fight to maintain it during waking hours. Let me give you a specific practice you can use to reprogram your inner image starting tonight. As you lie in bed preparing for sleep, after you have done your gratitude practice, I want you to spend 2 to 3 minutes visualizing yourself as already wealthy. Do not visualize future wealth or hope for wealth or try to attract wealth. Visualize yourself right now, in present tense, as a person who already has abundant wealth. See yourself checking your bank account and seeing large numbers. See yourself making financial decisions from overflow rather than scarcity. See yourself giving generously because you have more than enough. See yourself completely relaxed and peaceful about money because you know you are always provided for abundantly. See yourself living in a beautiful home, driving a nice car, wearing quality clothes, enjoying experiences you desire, all without stress or struggle. Build this inner image as vividly as you can for 2 to 3 minutes, really feeling what it would feel like to be this version of yourself who is naturally wealthy. The key is that you are not visualizing this as something you hope will happen in the future. You are visualizing this as who you already are right now in consciousness, claiming this identity as already real, even though your physical circumstances have not caught up yet. When you do this practice every night before sleep, you are literally rewriting your inner image. Your subconscious does not distinguish between vividly imagined experience and actual experience. When you see yourself as wealthy, night after night, with genuine feeling and detail, your subconscious starts accepting that image as the real you. And once your subconscious accepts the image of you as a wealthy person, it must create circumstances that match that image, because keeping your outer life aligned with your inner self-image is one of the primary functions of the subconscious mind. Florence worked with a man who had been stuck at the same low income level for 15 years, despite being talented and hardworking. He could not understand why he could never break through to higher earnings, no matter what he tried. Florence explained to him that his inner image was locked at that income level, because that was what he had experienced for so long that his subconscious accepted it as his identity. She taught him the inner image reprogramming practice, having him visualize himself every night before sleep as someone who easily earns 10 times what he currently made. At first, this felt ridiculous to him, almost like lying to himself. But he committed to the practice faithfully for 60 consecutive nights. For the first month, nothing changed in his outer circumstances, but he noticed he was starting to think differently about himself and what was possible for him. The identity of low earner was loosening. He was beginning to actually see himself as someone who could command high fees and attract abundant income. In the second month, external shifts began. He had impulses to reach out to different people, to pitch himself differently, to raise his prices significantly. All of these actions felt natural and right, even though they were completely different from how he had operated for 15 years. Within 3 months, his income had doubled. Within 6 months, it had quadrupled. Within a year, he was earning 12 times what he had been stuck at for the previous 15 years. The shift happened because his inner image changed first through consistent visualization practice before sleep, and then his outer circumstances reorganized around the new image. He said the most interesting part was that the actual mechanisms of increase were completely different than anything he had tried to force during those stuck years. He was not working harder or longer hours. Different opportunities just appeared. People paid him more for the same work. Higher-level clients found him. Resources flowed more easily. It all felt natural and effortless once his inner image shifted, whereas during the 15 stuck years, everything had felt like struggle and force. This is the difference between trying to change circumstances from the outside versus changing the inner image that creates circumstances. Outer change requires constant effort and produces minimal results. Inner change happens during sleep through visualization and programming, requires minimal conscious effort, and produces dramatic lasting results because you are working at the causal level of consciousness rather than the effect level of circumstances. Now, as you lie here tonight absorbing these teachings, your inner image is already beginning to shift, whether you are consciously aware of it or not. Every prosperity principle you hear, every wealth affirmation that penetrates your subconscious, every story of financial transformation you absorb is contributing to the formation of a new inner image of yourself as a naturally abundant person. This is happening automatically, simply through your exposure to this programming during the receptive sleep state. But you can accelerate and intensify the process by adding the deliberate visualization practice I just taught you. 2 to 3 minutes before you allow yourself to drift fully into sleep, build that inner image of your wealthy self as vividly as possible. See it, feel it, claim it as your real identity. Do this every single night for the next 21 nights minimum, and your inner image will shift permanently. Once the inner image shifts, your outer circumstances have no choice but to eventually match it. This is not hope or positive thinking. This is mechanical spiritual law. Inner image controls outer circumstances with absolute reliability. Let me share one more crucial teaching about the inner image that Florence emphasized strongly. Your inner image is not just about how much money you have. It is also about your overall sense of deserving, your sense of being blessed, your sense of being someone who naturally receives good things. Some people have an inner image of themselves as unlucky, as someone life is hard for, as someone who has to fight for everything they get. That inner image will create struggle in every area, including finances, even if the person works on money consciousness specifically. But when you shift your inner image to seeing yourself as blessed, favored, fortunate, someone who naturally attracts good things easily, that image supports prosperity in all forms, including wealth. So as you do your visualization practice, include this expanded sense of your identity. See yourself not just as someone who has money, but as someone who is blessed in all ways, someone life flows easily for, someone who naturally receives good fortune. See yourself as someone who opportunities come to without effort. See yourself as someone people want to help and support. See yourself as someone who is divinely favored and provided for always. This holistic inner image shift creates a consciousness that magnetizes all forms of abundance to you. Not just money, but also health, relationships, opportunities, synchronicities, all the components of a truly wealthy life. When you know yourself at the deepest level as a blessed, fortunate person, your subconscious creates circumstances across all life areas that match that knowing. As you feel yourself drifting deeper now, more and more relaxed, perhaps already losing track of the words as sleep begins to take you, let the last image you hold before consciousness fades be the image of your wealthy, blessed self. See that version of you clearly. Feel what it feels like to be that person. Claim that identity as your truth. Let that image sink into your subconscious as your last conscious act before sleep. Tomorrow when you wake, you will be one step closer to embodying that image fully. Night after night of this practice, you become that person you are visualizing until there is no separation between the image and the reality. Your wealthy self and your actual self merge into one. Your blessed nature and your lived experience align completely. This is your destiny. This is your truth. This is who you are becoming through this practice. Release now into sleep. Let your subconscious do the work of transformation while your body rests. Trust completely. Your wealthy image is being established now. Your blessed identity is being claimed now. And your circumstances must match this new consciousness. Sleep peacefully, knowing this truth. There is a teaching that Florence Scovel Shinn gave that revolutionized prosperity manifestation for thousands of her students. And tonight I want to share this teaching with you because it will completely change how you relate to money and wealth. She taught that most people approach prosperity from a consciousness of lack, always focused on what they do not have yet, always straining toward a future when they will finally have enough, never arriving at contentment because the goalpost keeps moving. They think that once I have this amount of money, then I will feel abundant and wealthy. But when they reach that amount, it does not feel like enough anymore. So they set a new target. Once I have that amount, then I will feel secure. But that amount also does not satisfy when reached. This is the trap of lack consciousness. No amount of money will ever feel like enough if you are approaching wealth from lacking and needing rather than from already being abundant. Florence taught that the secret to genuine prosperity that satisfies and fulfills is to reverse the process completely. Instead of trying to get money in order to feel wealthy, you must establish the feeling of wealth first, independent of how much money you currently have, and then money will flow to you as a reflection of your wealthy feeling. Instead of saying, I will feel abundant when I have more money, you must say, I feel abundant now, regardless of my current circumstances. And this abundant feeling will create more money. This seems backwards to the logical mind. How can I feel wealthy when I am looking at an empty bank account? But this is exactly the consciousness shift that separates people who manifest lasting prosperity from people who chase money their whole lives and never feel satisfied, regardless of how much they accumulate. The feeling is the thing. The feeling is the creative force. The feeling is what your subconscious responds to and creates circumstances to match. If you feel poor, your subconscious creates poverty circumstances to match your feeling. If you feel wealthy, your subconscious creates prosperity circumstances to match your feeling. The actual amount of money you currently have is irrelevant to your subconscious. It only responds to the feeling tone you are broadcasting. So the most important question is not how much money do you have, but rather, what feeling about money do you carry consistently? That feeling is creating your financial reality far more than your actions or strategies or opportunities are. Let me tell you a story that illustrates this perfectly. Florence knew a man who was a janitor, earning minimum wage, barely able to support his family, living in a tiny apartment with no savings and no apparent prospects for improvement. By all external measures, this man was poor, but he had a quality about him that was unusual. He did not feel poor. He carried himself with dignity and peace. He was generous with the little he had. He seemed genuinely content and grateful for his life. He would say things like, I am a wealthy man. I have everything I need. I am richly blessed. People thought he was delusional or in denial about his actual circumstances. But Florence recognized that this man had discovered the secret of wealthy consciousness, independent of circumstances. He felt wealthy despite being poor in material terms, and Florence knew that feeling must eventually create matching circumstances, because that is law. She told him to maintain that wealthy feeling and to amplify it deliberately every night before sleep. She taught him to lie in bed and consciously generate the feeling of being abundantly prosperous, letting that feeling fill his entire body and consciousness as he drifted off to sleep. The man did this faithfully every night for 6 months. During that time, his outer circumstances did not change at all. He was still a janitor earning the same wage, but his consciousness was being deeply established in wealth, feeling regardless of circumstances. Then in the 7th month, everything shifted suddenly. He met someone who recognized his character and work ethic and offered him a much better job. That job led to learning skills he did not know he had. Those skills led to starting a side business. That business grew rapidly. Within 2 years of maintaining wealthy consciousness, despite poor circumstances, his circumstances had completely transformed to match his consciousness. He went from barely surviving to genuinely prospering, not through any strategy or hustle, but through maintaining wealthy feeling until his subconscious created wealthy circumstances to match it. Florence emphasized that this man's transformation would not have happened if he had been feeling poor during those 6 months when his circumstances were still difficult. If he had let his circumstances dictate his feeling, he would have felt lack and struggle, and his subconscious would have continued creating more circumstances that match lack and struggle. But because he maintained wealthy feeling regardless of circumstances, his subconscious had no choice but to eventually create circumstances that matched his feeling. This is the power of feeling consciousness, independent of circumstances. When you can feel abundant before you have evidence of abundance, you create the evidence. When you can feel wealthy before your bank account reflects wealth, you create the bank account that reflects your feeling. So how do you generate wealthy feeling when you are looking at circumstances that seem to contradict wealth? This is the practice Florence taught and that you can begin using tonight. Wealthy feeling is not about denying your circumstances or pretending they are different than they are. Wealthy feeling comes from recognizing that you are more than your circumstances, that your true identity is as an infinite being connected to unlimited supply, and that your current circumstances are just temporary conditions that your consciousness is about to change. When you recognize this truth, you can actually feel wealthy in your consciousness, even while your circumstances are still catching up. The wealthy feeling is not based on what you see in your bank account. The wealthy feeling is based on knowing who you are and what you have access to at the spiritual level. Here's the specific practice. As you lie in bed tonight, after your gratitude practice and after your visualization of your wealthy self, I want you to consciously generate the feeling of wealth in your body. This is not thinking about wealth or imagining wealth. This is actually feeling in your body what it would feel like to be completely financially secure, abundantly provided for, wealthy beyond your needs. Where would you feel that in your body? Maybe your chest would feel open and expansive. Maybe your stomach would feel relaxed instead of tight. Maybe your whole body would feel lighter, less burdened. Maybe you would feel warm or peaceful or joyful. Everyone experiences wealthy feelings slightly differently in their body. Find what wealthy feeling would feel like for you physically, and then consciously generate that sensation in your body right now, regardless of your circumstances. Breathe deeply and let your body relax into the sensation of wealth. Feel your chest opening, your stomach softening, your muscles releasing tension. Let yourself feel what it would feel like if you knew with absolute certainty that you are financially taken care of forever. How would your body feel if you had no financial worries at all? Generate that feeling now. Hold that feeling for at least 2 to 3 minutes, really soaking in the sensation of wealth and security and abundant provision. Your subconscious does not know the difference between feeling that is generated by external circumstances and feeling that is generated by conscious choice. Either way, it responds to the feeling and begins creating circumstances that match it. When you consciously generate wealthy feeling before sleep and then fall asleep in that feeling, your subconscious accepts it as your reality and works all night to create external circumstances that match the internal feeling. Florence had a student who was severely in debt, being harassed by creditors. terrified of losing everything, completely consumed by financial anxiety. The student asked Florence how she could possibly generate wealthy feeling when she was in such dire circumstances. Florence said, "Your circumstances are the effect, not the cause. Your feeling is the cause. If you continue feeling poor and afraid, your circumstances will continue reflecting poverty and creating situations that make you afraid. But if you deliberately generate wealthy feeling despite your circumstances, your subconscious will begin creating different circumstances that match your new feeling. You are not pretending your debt does not exist. You are choosing to feel wealthy in consciousness regardless of temporary conditions in your circumstances. And that choice will change the circumstances because consciousness always creates conditions, never the reverse." The student committed to the practice. Every night before bed for 90 consecutive nights, she would consciously generate the feeling of wealth in her body, breathing it in, soaking in it, falling asleep in that feeling state regardless of what her bank statements showed. For the first month, her circumstances actually got worse. More bills came. Creditors increased pressure. Her logical mind screamed that the practice was not working, but she maintained the wealthy feeling anyway, understanding that consciousness shifts before circumstances shift, that she was working at the causal level and had to trust the process even when effects had not caught up yet. In the second month, small shifts began. A creditor unexpectedly offered a settlement for much less than owed. She found money she had forgotten about. A friend paid back a debt she had written off years ago. These were small changes, but they were evidence that something was moving in her favor. By the third month, the momentum had clearly shifted. Bigger solutions appeared. She got a better job with significantly higher pay. Another large debt was forgiven through bankruptcy of the creditor. Money started flowing to her from directions she had not anticipated. By the end of 90 days, her financial situation had improved dramatically. And more importantly, her relationship with money had completely transformed. She no longer felt like a victim of circumstances. She knew herself as a creator who could generate wealthy feeling and have circumstances match it. The debt was not completely cleared yet, but she knew with certainty it would be because her consciousness had shifted permanently to wealth, regardless of temporary conditions. Within a year, she was completely debt-free and had savings, something she never had in her entire adult life before. The transformation happened because she learned to generate wealthy feeling before circumstances gave her permission to feel wealthy, and that feeling created new circumstances. As you lie here now feeling deeply relaxed and perhaps already drifting towards sleep, I want you to consciously generate that wealthy feeling in your body right now. What would wealth feel like? How would your body feel if you were completely financially secure and abundant? Find that feeling. Create it right now through conscious intention. Breathe into it. Let it fill your chest, your belly, your whole body. Feel your muscles relaxing into the sensation of security and abundance. Feel your heart opening in gratitude and peace. Feel your whole being settling into the truth that you are provided for. You are wealthy. You are blessed beyond measure. Hold this feeling. Soak in it. Let it become your reality right now in this moment. This is not fantasy. This is you accessing your true consciousness as an abundant being. This is you claiming your spiritual reality before it has fully manifested in physical form. And this feeling that you are generating right now is the creative force that will bring the physical manifestation. Your subconscious is receiving this wealthy feeling as your new set point. It is already beginning to create circumstances that match this feeling. Money must flow to match your wealthy consciousness. Opportunities must appear to reflect your abundant feeling. Provision must manifest to correspond with your sense of security and blessing. This is law. This is certain. This is already in motion. Fall asleep now in this wealthy feeling. Let it carry you into dreams. Let it program your subconscious throughout the night. Tomorrow, you wake one step closer to living the wealthy life your consciousness is creating tonight. You are wealthy now in feeling. Soon you will be wealthy in circumstances. The feeling always comes first. The feeling is the thing. And you have chosen the wealthy feeling right now. Sleep in this truth. Rest in this consciousness. You are abundant. You are blessed. You are wealthy. This is who you are. Tonight I want to share with you one of the most powerful and least understood principles that Florence Scovel Shinn taught about manifesting wealth. And this principle alone, when properly understood and applied, has the power to completely transform your financial reality within weeks. She called this the principle of acting as if, and it goes far deeper than simple positive thinking or fake it until you make it advice you might have heard before. This principle is about embodying your desired reality so completely at the consciousness level that your subconscious accepts it as fact and begins creating corresponding circumstances in physical form. When you truly act as if you are already the wealthy person you desire to become, not just in your actions, but in your thoughts, feelings, and energy, you collapse the gap between current circumstances and desired reality because you have aligned your consciousness with the desired state first. And consciousness always creates circumstances to match itself. Most people wait for their circumstances to change before they change how they think, feel, and behave. They say, when I have more money, then I will feel secure and act confident and make generous choices. But this is backwards. Your circumstances are effects, not causes. Your consciousness is the cause. When you wait for circumstances to change before you change your consciousness, you wait forever because circumstances cannot change until consciousness changes first. But when you deliberately shift your consciousness to match your desired reality before the circumstances reflect it, you set powerful manifestation forces in motion that must produce corresponding circumstances because that is spiritual law. Acting as if is not pretending or denying reality. Acting as if is claiming your desired reality in consciousness first, which is the only place any reality is ever created before it appears in physical form. Let me explain exactly what this means practically. Acting as if you are wealthy means you begin thinking the thoughts a wealthy person thinks, feeling the feelings a wealthy person feels, making the choices a wealthy person makes, and carrying the energy a wealthy person carries, regardless of what your current bank account shows. This does not mean spending money you do not have or being financially irresponsible. This means shifting your internal consciousness to match wealth even while your external circumstances are still catching up. A wealthy person thinks abundance thoughts naturally. They see opportunities where others see obstacles. They feel secure about their finances. They are generous because they know more is always coming. They make decisions from overflow rather than scarcity. They carry themselves with quiet confidence and peace around money. You can embody all of these internal qualities right now, today, before your bank account reflects wealth, and embodying them will create the bank account that matches them. Florence told a story about a woman who came to her classes who was living in poverty, barely surviving on welfare assistance, wearing old, worn clothes, living in a terrible neighborhood, completely stuck in poverty consciousness. This woman heard Florence teach about acting as if and decided to apply the principle radically, even though it made no logical sense. She began dressing as well as she possibly could with the clothes she had, carrying herself with dignity as if she were a woman of means. She started speaking about money confidently, as if she had plenty rather than fearfully, as if she never had enough. She began making small, generous gestures when opportunities arose, giving $1 to someone in need even when she barely had dollars herself, because wealthy people are generous. She started walking into stores she could not afford to shop in, just to be in the energy of abundance and see herself in that environment as if she belonged there. She practiced feeling wealthy in her body and mind every single day, acting as if she already was the prosperous woman she intended to become. People who knew her thought she was crazy or delusional. They said she needed to accept her reality and stop pretending to be something she was not. But this woman understood something they did not. She understood that she was not pretending or denying her circumstances. She was claiming her desired reality and consciousness first, and she knew that consciousness creates circumstances. For 3 months, nothing changed in her external situation. She was still on welfare, still in the same apartment, still wearing the same old clothes. But internally, everything was changing. Her sense of identity was shifting from poor person to wealthy person. Her energy was transforming from desperation to confidence. Her thoughts were moving from lack to abundance. And then in the 4th month, external circumstances began shifting to match her internal shift. A woman she barely knew offered her clothes that were high quality and fit perfectly. A relative unexpectedly gave her money. She was offered work doing something she enjoyed that paid better than anything she had qualified for before. Someone offered her a much better living situation for less money than she was paying. One thing led to another. Momentum built, and within a year she was completely off welfare, earning good income, living comfortably, and genuinely prosperous. The breakthrough did not come from any strategy or hustle. The breakthrough came because she acted as if she were wealthy before circumstances reflected it, and her subconscious had no choice but to create circumstances that matched the wealthy identity she was embodying. This is the power of acting as if. It reprograms your subconscious to accept your desired reality as current reality, and then your subconscious creates the physical circumstances to match what it believes is real. Now here is how you apply this principle starting tonight, using your sleep time as the primary programming period. As you lie in bed preparing for sleep, after you have done your gratitude practice and your visualization and your wealthy feeling practice, I want you to review your day from the perspective of your wealthy self. Ask yourself, if I were already the wealthy, abundant person I am becoming, how would I view today? What would I notice about today? What would I feel grateful for about today? How would I think about the challenges I faced today? How would I perceive the interactions I had today? Spend a few minutes reimagining your day through the lens of wealthy consciousness rather than whatever consciousness you were actually in during the day. This practice does something profound. It trains your subconscious to interpret your life through an abundance filter rather than a scarcity filter. Over time, this becomes automatic. You start naturally perceiving and interpreting everything through wealthy consciousness, which then creates more experiences that match wealth. Then, as your final practice before allowing yourself to drift into sleep, I want you to set an intention for tomorrow from your wealthy self. Say to yourself silently, "Tomorrow I am waking up as a wealthy person. I will think wealthy thoughts, feel wealthy feelings, make wealthy choices, and carry wealthy energy all day, regardless of circumstances. I am not waiting for circumstances to give me permission to be wealthy. I am claiming wealthy consciousness now, and circumstances will follow." When you set this intention before sleep, your subconscious works on it throughout the night. And when you wake in the morning, you will find it easier to actually embody wealthy consciousness during your day. Day by day, acting as if becomes more natural until it is not acting anymore. It is simply who you are. And once who you are is wealthy in consciousness, what you have must become wealthy in circumstances. Florence emphasized that acting as if must be done consistently, not occasionally. One day of thinking abundant thoughts while surrounded by 99 days of thinking scarcity thoughts will produce scarcity results because your dominant consciousness determines your circumstances. This is why the 21 consecutive night commitment is so crucial. 21 nights of falling asleep in wealthy consciousness. 21 days of waking up and acting as if you are already prosperous. 21 days of consistent practice creates the tipping point where wealthy consciousness becomes your new dominant state rather than just a temporary practice. After 21 days of consistent embodiment, you are not acting as if anymore. You have become the wealthy person at the consciousness level, and circumstances must match because that is law. Let me share one more story that demonstrates the power of this principle. Florence knew a young man who wanted to start a business but had no money for startup costs, no investors, no resources, no apparent way to make it happen. Most people in his situation would have focused on all the obstacles, all the reasons why it was impossible, all the lack of resources. But this young man had learned the principle of acting as if from Florence's teaching. He decided to act as if he were already a successful business owner, even though the business did not exist yet in physical form. He created business cards even though he had no business yet. He set up a professional workspace in his tiny apartment even though he had no clients yet. He spoke about his business as if it already existed and was thriving. He made plans and decisions as if he were already the successful entrepreneur he intended to become. He even dressed for success despite having no success yet to dress for. Most importantly, every night before sleep, he visualized himself operating his successful business, serving clients, making money, growing and expanding. He fell asleep feeling like a successful business owner rather than a broke dreamer. He programmed his subconscious with the reality he intended to create rather than the circumstances he currently lived in. For 2 months, nothing happened in external reality. He still had no business, no clients, no income from his intended venture. But his consciousness was being deeply established in the identity of successful entrepreneur. Then things began shifting. He met someone randomly who became his first client. That client referred others. Opportunities appeared. Resources showed up. People offered help. Within 6 months, he had a thriving business earning more than he had ever made working for others. Within 2 years, his business had grown beyond anything he had originally imagined as possible. He said the key was that he never waited for circumstances to support his wealthy business owner identity. He claimed that identity first in consciousness through acting as if, and then circumstances had no choice but to conform to his consciousness. This is what you are doing tonight, and for the next 20 nights, as you fall asleep, programming wealthy consciousness. You are not waiting for your bank account to give you permission to feel wealthy. You are claiming wealthy consciousness now, acting as if it is already real, and your subconscious is accepting it as real and beginning to create the circumstances that match it. Every night that you fall asleep as your wealthy self rather than your poor self, you are one night closer to circumstances reflecting your wealthy consciousness. Every morning that you wake up and act as if you are already the prosperous person you intend to be, you are one day closer to embodying that prosperity in all areas of life. This is not fake or pretend. This is you claiming your desired reality in the only place reality is ever created, which is consciousness. The physical manifestation is just the inevitable result of established consciousness. As you feel yourself getting drowsier now, your body deeply relaxed, your mind becoming quieter, I want you to consciously step into the identity of your wealthy self. How does your wealthy self lie in bed? Maybe more relaxed, less tense. How does your wealthy self breathe? Maybe more deeply and peacefully. How does your wealthy self feel in this moment? Maybe more content and secure. Embody that now. Become that now. Act as if you already are that wealthy, peaceful person, and let your body and energy shift to match. This is not pretending. This is claiming your truth. You are an abundant being connected to infinite supply. That is your reality. Your circumstances just have not fully caught up yet, but they will. They must, because consciousness always creates circumstances eventually. Act as if now. Be it now. And fall asleep as the wealthy, blessed person you truly are. Your subconscious accepts this identity. Your circumstances will reflect this identity. Sleep now as your wealthy self. Wake tomorrow as your wealthy self. Live tomorrow as your wealthy self. And soon, very soon, wealthy will not be something you are acting as if about. Wealthy will simply be what you are. Now we come to one of the most mysterious and powerful aspects of Florence Scovel Shinn's prosperity teaching, something she called divine timing and the principle of perfect unfoldment. Many people who work with manifestation and consciousness become frustrated because they set intentions for wealth. They program their subconscious faithfully, they do all the practices correctly, and yet the physical results do not appear as quickly as they want or expect. They begin to doubt whether the principles work. They wonder if they are doing something wrong. They compare themselves to others who seem to manifest more quickly. This frustration and doubt can actually block the very manifestation they are working toward, because doubt is a form of resistance that interferes with the flow of supply. Florence taught that understanding divine timing and trusting the process of perfect unfoldment is essential to successful manifestation, and this understanding must be programmed deeply into your subconscious so that you can maintain faith and patience while the invisible work of consciousness is creating your visible circumstances. The principle works like this. When you plant a seed in soil, you do not expect to see a full-grown plant the next morning. You understand that there is a natural process of growth that happens beneath the surface before anything visible appears above ground. The seed must absorb water, begin germinating, send roots down into soil, gather nutrients and energy, and only after all that invisible preparation does a sprout finally break through the surface. If you dug up the seed every day to check if it was growing yet, you would destroy the very growth process you are trying to encourage. Your job after planting the seed is to water it, give it sunlight, and trust the natural process of unfoldment, knowing that growth is happening even when you cannot see it yet. Florence taught that manifesting wealth works exactly the same way. When you plant prosperity consciousness through your nightly subconscious programming, you are planting seeds in the soil of your mind. Those seeds are doing invisible work beneath the surface of your awareness, sending roots into your subconscious, reorganizing your beliefs, shifting your energy, creating new neural pathways, establishing new patterns. This is real work happening in consciousness, but it is not visible in your circumstances yet. If you become impatient and doubtful because you cannot see results immediately, if you keep digging up your consciousness seeds to check if they are growing by obsessively checking your bank account or complaining that nothing is changing, you interfere with the natural unfoldment process. Your doubt sends contradictory programming to your subconscious that weakens the prosperity seeds you planted. Your impatience creates resistance that blocks the flow. Florence taught that the solution is to plant your consciousness seeds through nightly programming, and then maintain absolute faith that growth is happening beneath the surface even when you see no evidence yet, trusting divine timing to bring the manifestation forward at the perfect moment when all invisible preparation is complete. This trust and patience is not passive waiting. This is active faith, continuing to program prosperity consciousness night after night, regardless of current circumstances, knowing that cumulative programming must eventually produce corresponding circumstances, because that is law. She told a story about a farmer who plants seeds in spring and then tends his fields throughout summer, even though he sees no harvest yet. The farmer does not panic in June, saying the seeds did not work because there is no corn yet. He knows corn takes months to grow from seed to harvest, and he trusts the timing of the growth process. He waters, he weeds, he protects the growing crops from pests, he does his part faithfully, and he trusts nature to do its part in its own time. Then in late summer or early fall, harvest comes abundantly. The farmer who maintained faith through the invisible growth period receives the visible results when timing is right. But a farmer who plants seeds and then digs them up impatiently in June because he does not see corn yet gets no harvest at all. Florence said, prosperity manifestation works exactly the same way. You plant consciousness seeds through nightly programming. You tend those seeds by maintaining wealthy consciousness during your days, despite circumstances. You protect those seeds from the pests of doubt and fear and comparison. And you trust divine timing to bring the harvest of physical wealth when all preparation is complete. This is how you successfully manifest lasting prosperity rather than just temporary fluctuations. Now here is what makes this teaching especially important for your sleep programming practice. Your subconscious has no concept of human impatience or artificial deadlines. It works at its own pace, creating circumstances through complex processes you cannot consciously perceive or control. Sometimes manifestation happens quickly because the invisible preparation completes rapidly. Sometimes manifestation takes longer because there are more complex rearrangements happening beneath the surface before circumstances can shift. But your subconscious knows exactly what is happening and how long each stage requires. When you try to impose your conscious timeline on this process, when you demand results by a certain date, when you become anxious about when manifestation will appear, you create interference. Your anxiety is actually a form of doubt, a signal to your subconscious that you do not trust the process, which weakens the very programming you are trying to establish. The solution is to program trust and patience into your subconscious along with prosperity consciousness. As part of your nightly practice before sleep, after all your other exercises, I want you to consciously release attachment to timing. Say to yourself silently, I trust divine timing. I know my prosperity consciousness is creating wealth circumstances through invisible processes I do not need to understand or control. I release all anxiety about when manifestation will appear. I maintain faith that growth is happening beneath the surface even when I see no evidence yet. I trust completely that my financial breakthrough is unfolding perfectly in divine timing. When I have done my part by programming wealth consciousness, the universe will do its part by creating wealth circumstances when all preparation is complete. I surrender to perfect unfoldment. I trust the process completely. When you speak this decree before sleep and genuinely mean it, you program your subconscious to stop interfering with its own work through impatience and doubt. You create space for manifestation to unfold naturally. You remove the resistance that blocks flow. Florence emphasized that this surrender to divine timing is not giving up or being passive. This is the most powerful active stance you can take because you are maintaining your wealthy consciousness programming while simultaneously releasing the attachment and anxiety that would block your own manifestation. You are planting seeds faithfully while trusting the harvest to come in its perfect time. This combination of consistent action through nightly programming plus surrender to divine timing through releasing control creates the ideal conditions for rapid manifestation because you are doing your part completely while allowing the universe to do its part without interference. Let me tell you a powerful story about this principle in action. There was a woman who learned about sleep prosperity programming and committed to it faithfully for 90 consecutive nights. She did everything correctly. She fell asleep in wealthy consciousness every single night. She practiced gratitude, visualization, wealthy feeling, acting as if, all of it. But after 90 days, her financial circumstances looked exactly the same as when she started. She had the same income, the same bills, the same struggles. She came to Florence frustrated and confused, saying, "I have done everything you taught for 3 months straight, and nothing has changed. I am starting to think this does not work, or that it works for other people, but not for me." Florence asked her during these 90 days, "Did you trust the process, or did you anxiously check your bank account every day wondering when results would appear?" The woman admitted she had been checking obsessively, comparing herself to others who shared testimonies of quick results, feeling more and more anxious that nothing was happening for her. Florence explained that the woman's anxiety and doubt had been canceling out her prosperity programming every day. She was planting seeds every night through her sleep practice, but then digging them up every morning through her anxious checking and doubtful thoughts. The wealth consciousness was trying to establish itself in her subconscious, but her conscious mind's impatience was creating interference. Florence taught her the surrender practice, instructing her to program trust in divine timing along with wealth consciousness for the next 90 days. This time, the woman committed not only to the nightly prosperity practice, but also to releasing all attachment to when results would appear. She stopped checking her bank account obsessively. She stopped comparing her progress to others. She simply trusted that growth was happening beneath the surface, even though she could not see it yet. This new approach changed everything. By removing the resistance of anxiety and doubt, she created space for manifestation to flow naturally. Within 2 weeks of adding the surrender practice, small financial improvements began appearing. Within a month, larger shifts occurred. Within 3 months, her income had doubled, and opportunities were flowing to her constantly. She realized that the first 90 days had not been wasted. The consciousness work had been happening beneath the surface that entire time, laying groundwork and doing invisible preparation. But her anxiety had been blocking the manifestation from coming forward into visible form. Once she released that anxiety through surrender to divine timing, the wealth that had been building in consciousness for months suddenly manifested in circumstances rapidly. The breakthrough was not delayed by divine timing. The breakthrough was delayed by her own impatience creating resistance. Once she removed that resistance, everything flowed. This is a crucial lesson for your 21-night commitment and beyond. You are making the commitment to program wealth consciousness faithfully for 3 weeks minimum. During those 3 weeks, you will practice gratitude, visualization, wealthy feeling, acting as if, and surrender to divine timing every single night. But equally important is that during the days between these nights, you must maintain trust in the process. You cannot do the programming at night and then spend your days in doubt, anxiety, and obsessive checking to see if anything has changed yet. That would be planting seeds at night and digging them up during the day. Your daytime job is to maintain the wealthy consciousness you are programming at night, to trust that invisible growth is happening, and to release all attachment to when visible results will appear. This is the complete formula. Consistent programming at night, plus maintained consciousness during the day, plus surrender to divine timing equals inevitable manifestation of wealth. Florence taught that when you truly trust divine timing, you experience peace during the invisible growth period instead of anxiety. You feel confident instead of desperate. You are patient instead of frantic. And ironically, this peace and confidence actually speeds up manifestation because you have removed all resistance. The universe does not delay your good. You delay your good through doubt and anxiety. When you remove that delay by surrendering to perfect unfoldment and trusting completely, Your manifestations often appear more quickly than you expected because nothing is blocking the flow anymore. But whether results appear in 3 days or 3 months is not your concern. Your only concern is doing your part faithfully, which is programming prosperity consciousness through sleep work and maintaining wealthy consciousness during waking hours. The timing of physical manifestation is the universe's part, not yours. And the universe's timing is always perfect, even when your human mind wants it to be faster. As you lie here now, very relaxed, perhaps drifting in and out of awareness as sleep approaches, I want you to consciously release all anxiety about timing. You do not need to know when your financial breakthrough will appear in physical form. You only need to know that you are doing your part by programming wealth consciousness tonight and for the next 20 nights and beyond. Trust that invisible growth is happening right now as these teachings penetrate your subconscious. Trust that your financial circumstances are being rearranged in ways you cannot see yet. Trust that opportunities are being prepared, resources are being gathered, synchronicities are being orchestrated on your behalf through divine intelligence. Your job is to keep planting consciousness seeds through this nightly practice and to maintain faith during the growing period. The harvest will come in perfect timing. This is certain. This is law. Release control. Surrender to divine timing. Trust completely. Your prosperity is unfolding perfectly right now. Sleep in this trust. Wake in this faith. Live in this knowing. And watch as your circumstances transform to match your consciousness when all invisible preparation is complete and divine timing brings forth your manifestation perfectly. There is a dimension of prosperity manifestation that Florence Scovel Shinn taught, which most people never discover. And yet this dimension holds the key to unlimited abundance that flows continuously without effort or struggle. She called this the dimension of effortless supply. And it operates on a principle that seems contradictory to everything the world teaches about how to create wealth. The world teaches that money comes through hard work, through hustle and grind, through long hours and sacrifice, through competition and fighting to get your share of limited resources. But Florence discovered through her study of spiritual law that this entire paradigm is backwards. Real wealth, the kind that flows abundantly and continuously, does not come through effort. Real wealth comes through alignment. When you are aligned with the consciousness of infinite supply, money and resources flow to you naturally and easily without force, without struggle, without the exhausting effort that most people associate with earning a living. This effortless supply is your birthright as a spiritual being connected to infinite source. But most people never access it because they are programmed to believe that struggle is necessary and ease is suspicious. Let me explain the spiritual mechanics of why effortless supply is actually more powerful than forced effort. When you are trying to create wealth through struggle and force, you are operating from a consciousness that says resources are limited. I have to fight to get my share. If I do not push hard, nothing will happen. I cannot trust that I am provided for, so I must make everything happen through my own effort. This consciousness, no matter how much action you take from it, is fundamentally rooted in scarcity and fear. And scarcity consciousness can only create scarcity results no matter how hard you work, because your consciousness determines your circumstances, not your actions. You can work 18-hour days from scarcity consciousness and stay poor. But when you shift to a consciousness of effortless supply, you are operating from a completely different paradigm. You are saying the universe is abundant. Resources are unlimited. I am divinely provided for. Money flows to me naturally through grace rather than through force. I can trust infinite intelligence to supply me abundantly while I focus on joy and service rather than on struggle and survival. This consciousness of effortless supply, even with minimal action, creates abundant results because you are aligned with the actual spiritual law of prosperity rather than fighting against it. Florence worked with many people over the years who were working themselves into exhaustion, trying to create wealth and getting minimal results. She would ask them, "Why do you believe you have to work so hard for money?" And they would say, "Because that is reality. Because money does not just fall from the sky. Because you have to earn everything you get in life." And Florence would explain that this belief itself is what creates the experience of having to struggle for money. Your belief that effort is required creates circumstances where effort seems necessary. But if you shifted to believing that supply comes effortlessly through divine grace, you would begin experiencing circumstances where money flows to you easily through channels that require minimal effort. This is not lazy or irresponsible. This is understanding how spiritual law actually works. The universe is abundant. Infinite intelligence has unlimited resources and unlimited creative ways to supply you. When you align with this truth and trust it completely, you open channels for effortless supply that your limited human mind could never create through strategic effort. Let me tell you a story that perfectly illustrates this principle. There was a man who was working 3 jobs, sleeping only 4 hours a night, sacrificing time with his family, destroying his health, all in an effort to create financial security. Despite this extreme effort, he was barely surviving financially. Every month was a struggle to pay basic bills. He could not understand why he was working harder than anyone he knew, but getting such poor results. He heard Florence speak about effortless supply and thought it sounded like fantasy or spiritual bypass. He said real life does not work that way. Money requires hard work, period. But Florence challenged him. She said your extreme effort is actually proof that you do not believe you are provided for, and that belief of not being provided for is creating the circumstances where you have to struggle constantly. If you truly believed you were divinely supplied, you would be able to release some of that desperate effort and trust that provision would come through grace rather than through grinding yourself into exhaustion. The man was skeptical, but also desperate enough to try something different because what he was doing was clearly not working despite maximum effort. Florence taught him a radical practice. She told him to deliberately work less, cutting back to just 1 job instead of 3, and use the extra time to program prosperity consciousness through sleep and to actually rest and restore his body and nervous system. She told him to repeat every night before sleep, "I am effortlessly supplied by infinite intelligence. Money flows to me through grace, not through struggle. I trust divine provision completely. I release all forced effort. I allow abundance to come easily." The man thought this was insane, cutting back his work hours when he was already barely surviving, but he was exhausted enough to try it for 1 month as an experiment. What happened shocked him completely. Within 2 weeks of working less and programming effortless supply into his subconscious every night, he received an unexpected inheritance from a distant relative he barely knew. The amount was more than he had earned in the previous year working 3 jobs. A week after that, someone offered him a single position that paid more than his 3 previous jobs combined. Opportunities started appearing that required far less effort from him but produced far better results. Within a month, he was working 40 hours per week instead of 80+ hours, earning double what he had been earning before, sleeping 8 hours a night, and his health was beginning to recover. He said to Florence, "I do not understand how this is possible. I am working half the hours and making twice the money, and it all feels easy instead of like struggle." Florence explained, "This is how prosperity actually works when you align with spiritual law. Effortless supply is real. You were blocking it for years through your belief that struggle was necessary. Once you released that belief and opened to the possibility of ease, the universe could supply you through grace the way it always intended to. Your exhausting effort was never required. It was just a reflection of your scarcity consciousness." This teaching is especially important for your sleep programming practice because your subconscious is probably deeply programmed with beliefs that money requires hard work and struggle. These beliefs are running beneath your awareness, creating circumstances that seem to confirm them. Every night for the next 20 nights, as part of your prosperity programming, I want you to specifically address this pattern. Before you drift off to sleep, after your other practices, speak this decree silently. I release all beliefs that money requires struggle. I open to effortless supply through divine grace. The universe provides for me abundantly with ease. Money flows to me naturally through channels I do not have to force or create through exhausting effort. I trust completely in effortless provision. I allow wealth to come easily. When you program this into your subconscious night after night, you begin dissolving the struggle programming and installing ease programming. Then during your waking hours, you will notice yourself naturally releasing unnecessary effort, making choices from trust rather than fear. and experiencing money flowing to you through paths that feel easy rather than hard. Florence emphasized that effortless supply does not mean you do nothing. It means you do what you are guided to do from inspiration and joy rather than what you force yourself to do from fear and desperation. When you are aligned with effortless supply consciousness, you still take action, but the action feels light and enjoyable rather than heavy and draining. You work from overflow rather than from lack. You serve from abundance rather than from survival. And ironically, this inspired, joyful action produces far better financial results than forced, desperate action ever could, because you are aligned with flow rather than fighting against it. Think about the times in your life when money came easily versus when it came through struggle. The easy money probably came when you were relaxed, trusting, doing something you enjoyed. The struggle money came when you were tense, fearful, forcing something out of desperation. This is not coincidence. This is the difference between aligned action and forced action. Aligned action produces effortless supply. Forced action produces struggle with minimal results. As you program your subconscious with effortless supply consciousness over these 3 weeks, you will notice several shifts. First, you will feel less anxious and desperate about money. The constant tension in your body around finances will begin to ease. Second, you will find yourself naturally releasing activities and commitments that feel like struggle and do not produce good results. Your consciousness will guide you to let go of what is not serving you. Third, you will notice opportunities appearing that feel exciting and easy rather than heavy and hard. Your subconscious, now programmed for effortless supply, will guide you toward paths of ease rather than paths of struggle. Fourth, money will start coming through unexpected channels that you did not have to work to create. Someone gives you something. An unexpected check arrives. A debt is forgiven. These are all manifestations of effortless supply responding to your shifted consciousness. The key is to trust this process completely and not let your old programming pull you back into unnecessary struggle. When you notice yourself slipping into forced effort driven by fear, consciously pause and ask yourself, am I doing this from trust in effortless supply or from fear that I have to make everything happen through my own effort? If the answer is fear, see if you can release some of the forcing and create space for divine intelligence to supply you in ways you cannot orchestrate through effort. This is not being irresponsible or passive. This is being wise enough to know that your limited human effort cannot compete with infinite intelligence working on your behalf when you trust it completely. Florence said that 1 hour of aligned, inspired action produces better results than 10 hours of forced, fearful action, because the aligned action is flowing with spiritual law, while the forced action is fighting against it. Tonight, as you fall asleep, consciously release all belief that wealth requires struggle. Feel your body relaxing into the truth that you are effortlessly supplied by an abundant universe that wants to provide for you easily. Imagine what it would feel like to wake up tomorrow knowing that money flows to you through grace rather than through grinding effort. How would your body feel? How would you move through your day? What would you release? What would you allow? Let yourself sink into the consciousness of effortless supply as you drift toward sleep. Program your subconscious with this truth. I am effortlessly supplied. Money comes to me easily. Abundance flows naturally. I release all struggle. I trust divine provision completely. Let these words be the last thoughts you think before sleep takes you. Your subconscious will work throughout the night, building new neural pathways that support ease rather than struggle, that expect grace rather than requiring force. Tomorrow, you wake one step closer to embodying effortless supply consciousness. And as that consciousness establishes itself over 3 weeks of nightly programming, your circumstances will shift to match it. Opportunities that feel easy will appear. Money will flow without force. You will look back amazed at how much you were struggling unnecessarily when ease was always available if you had just trusted it. Sleep now in trust. Sleep knowing you are effortlessly provided for. Wake to a life of increasing ease and grace. Tonight, I want to share with you what Florence Scovel Shinn called the supreme secret of instant manifestation, a principle so powerful that when properly understood and applied, it can collapse the time between desire and fulfillment to almost nothing. She discovered this principle through years of observing the few people who seemed to manifest wealth instantly, while most people waited months or years for results despite doing similar practices. What was the difference? The instant manifestors had mastered something that others had not. They had learned to collapse the gap between consciousness and circumstances by eliminating doubt so completely that their subconscious had no contradictory programming to work through. Their prosperity consciousness was pure, undiluted by fear or skepticism, and therefore it produced results rapidly because nothing was blocking or slowing the manifestation process. Most people program prosperity consciousness at night and then doubt it during the day, which creates a push-pull dynamic that delays manifestation significantly. But the instant manifestors maintained absolute certainty, 24 hours a day, and that unwavering consciousness produced correspondingly rapid results. Florence taught that doubt is the single biggest obstacle to manifestation, more than lack of knowledge, more than current circumstances, more than any external factor. Doubt creates resistance in your consciousness that blocks the flow of supply. When you plant prosperity seeds through your nightly programming, but then water those seeds with doubt during your days, you slow or completely stop the growth process. It is like trying to drive a car with one foot on the gas pedal and one foot on the brake simultaneously. You create opposing forces that cancel each other out and produce minimal forward movement despite great effort. But when you eliminate doubt completely, when you maintain absolute certainty that your prosperity consciousness must produce prosperity circumstances because that is spiritual law, you remove all resistance and manifestation happens rapidly, sometimes almost instantaneously, because nothing is blocking it anymore. Now the question is, how do you eliminate doubt when you are looking at circumstances that seem to contradict the prosperity you are programming into your subconscious? This is where most people get stuck. They say, I want to believe I am wealthy, but my bank account says otherwise, so how can I not doubt? Florence's answer to this was profound. She said doubt arises from giving more power to physical circumstances than to spiritual law. Physical circumstances are effects, not causes. They are temporary conditions created by old consciousness. When you give those circumstances the power to make you doubt new consciousness you are installing, you are essentially saying, I believe in what I see more than I believe in spiritual law. But the truth is that what you see is just old consciousness made visible. It has no power to prevent new consciousness from creating new circumstances unless you give it that power through doubt. When you understand that your current circumstances are just echoes of old programming and have no ability to stop new programming from creating new circumstances, doubt loses its grip on you. Let me give you a powerful reframe that will help eliminate doubt. When you look at your current financial circumstances and feel tempted to doubt that your nightly prosperity programming is working, remind yourself that what you are seeing is the past made visible. Those circumstances were created by your old consciousness, by programming that was installed weeks or months or years ago. They are not showing you your future. They are showing you your past. But right now, tonight, you are installing new programming through your sleep practice. That new programming is creating your future circumstances, even though you cannot see them yet. The lag time between programming consciousness and seeing circumstances shift is just the time it takes for new consciousness to override old patterns and create new physical manifestations. If you maintain your new programming consistently without doubt, the new circumstances must appear because consciousness always creates circumstances eventually. But if you let current circumstances make you doubt your new programming, you split your consciousness between old and new and delay manifestation significantly. Florence told a story about a wealthy businessman who lost everything in an economic crash. He went from great wealth to poverty literally overnight. Most people in his position would panic, doubt their ability to recover, focus obsessively on the loss and the lack. But this man had deep understanding of consciousness principles. He knew that his wealth had originally come from his wealthy consciousness, not from external circumstances, and that as long as he maintained that wealthy consciousness, new wealth would manifest, even though he currently had nothing physical to show for it. So despite being broke, he continued thinking wealthy thoughts, feeling wealthy feelings, acting as a wealthy man, and programming wealth consciousness every night before sleep. He maintained absolute certainty that his circumstances would shift to match his consciousness because that is law. He had zero doubt, even though physical evidence seemed to justify tremendous doubt, because he maintained pure wealth consciousness without contaminating it with doubt or fear about his current circumstances. His manifestation was remarkably rapid. Within 3 months, he had opportunities that rebuilt his wealth to even greater levels than before the crash. People marveled at his comeback, calling it lucky or miraculous. But he knew it was neither luck nor miracle. It was simply spiritual law operating without interference. He had maintained wealthy consciousness purely, without doubt, and that consciousness created wealthy circumstances quickly because nothing was blocking the manifestation. Florence said this is available to anyone who can eliminate doubt completely and maintain pure prosperity consciousness regardless of current circumstances. The manifestation speed is directly related to the purity of consciousness. Pure consciousness without doubt equals rapid manifestation. Divided consciousness with doubt equals delayed manifestation or no manifestation at all. So how do you develop this kind of unwavering certainty that eliminates doubt? This is where your sleep programming becomes absolutely crucial. Your conscious mind during waking hours is constantly exposed to circumstances that seem to justify doubt. Your eyes see the bank account. Your mind remembers past failures. Other people question your beliefs. External evidence seems overwhelming. Maintaining certainty consciously in the face of all this contradiction is extremely difficult for most people. But your subconscious mind during sleep is not exposed to any of that external input. During sleep, your subconscious is a clean slate, receiving only the programming you give it through your nightly practice. If you program absolute certainty into your subconscious every night, that certainty gets established at deep levels where external circumstances cannot shake it. Then during your waking hours, that subconscious certainty supports your conscious faith, making it easier to maintain trust despite appearances. Here is the specific practice Florence taught for programming unwavering certainty. After all your other bedtime prosperity practices, before you allow yourself to drift fully into sleep, spend 2 minutes speaking certainty declarations silently with intense feeling. Say things like, I am absolutely certain that my prosperity consciousness is creating wealth circumstances right now. There is zero doubt in my mind that my financial situation is transforming. I know with complete certainty that money is flowing to me because consciousness creates circumstances and I have wealthy consciousness. Nothing can prevent my prosperity from manifesting. This is law. This is certain. This is done. The key is to speak these certainty declarations with genuine conviction, really feeling the truth of them in your body and being. When you program certainty with feeling night after night, your subconscious accepts it as absolute truth, and that certainty starts expressing through your conscious thoughts and behaviors during the day. You become someone who simply knows they are provided for, who cannot be shaken by temporary circumstances, who maintains faith regardless of appearances. Florence emphasized that certainty is not the same as hoping or wishing. Hoping contains doubt. When you say, I hope I will have more money, you are implying you are not sure. You might not. It is uncertain. But when you say, I know I am divinely supplied with abundant wealth, you are declaring certainty, claiming knowledge rather than expressing hope. This distinction matters enormously to your subconscious. Hope is weak programming that produces weak results. Certainty is powerful programming that produces powerful results. So in your nightly practice, eliminate all language of hope and replace it with language of knowing. Not I hope to be wealthy, but I know I am wealthy. Not I want abundance, but I have abundance. Not I wish for provision, but I am provided for. This shift from hoping to knowing eliminates doubt at the linguistic level, which begins eliminating it at the consciousness level. As you lie here now, feeling deeply relaxed, perhaps already drifting at the edge of sleep, I want you to practice this certainty programming right now. Say silently to yourself with as much conviction as you can access, I know with absolute certainty that I am provided for abundantly. I know my prosperity consciousness is creating wealth circumstances right now. I know money is flowing to me from multiple sources. I know my financial breakthrough is happening now. I know I am wealthy, blessed, and divinely supplied. There is no doubt. This is certain. This is law. This is done. Feel those words. Let them resonate in your body. Notice how different they feel from tentative hope. This is certainty. This is knowing. This is the consciousness that produces instant manifestation, because doubt cannot exist in the same space as genuine knowing. Program this certainty into your subconscious every single night for 21 nights, and watch what happens in your consciousness and circumstances. The first few nights, the certainty might feel forced or unnatural because your conscious mind is used to doubt. But by the 5th or 6th night, you will notice the certainty starting to feel more real. By the 10th night, you will find yourself naturally thinking certain thoughts about your prosperity during the day without trying. By the 15th night, the certainty will feel solid and unshakable. And by the 21st night, certainty will be your established consciousness, and doubt will be unable to gain any foothold. Once you reach that level of pure, certain consciousness, manifestation accelerates dramatically because you have removed all resistance. Your subconscious receives pure, clear instructions without any contradictory programming, and it creates corresponding circumstances rapidly because the signal is clean and strong. Florence said that the few people who seemed to manifest instantly were not special or more spiritual or more deserving than others. They had simply mastered the art of maintaining pure, certain consciousness without contaminating it with doubt. And she taught that anyone could develop this mastery through consistent practice of programming certainty into the subconscious during sleep when the conscious mind could not interfere with doubt. This is what you are doing right now. This is what you will continue doing for the next 20 nights. You are building unshakable certainty at the deepest levels of your being. You are becoming someone who knows rather than hopes, who is certain rather than tentative, who expects manifestation as inevitable rather than hoping it might happen. And from that consciousness of pure certainty, your wealth manifestation must appear rapidly because nothing is blocking it. As you fall asleep tonight, let your last conscious thought be a statement of absolute certainty. I know I am wealthy. I know I am provided for. I know my circumstances are shifting to match my consciousness. I know this is done, no doubt. Only knowing, only certainty, only truth. Let that certainty carry you into sleep. Let it program your subconscious throughout the night. Wake tomorrow with that certainty still vibrating in your being. Live tomorrow from that certainty, regardless of what circumstances show you. And watch as doubt crumbles and faith becomes unshakable and manifestation speeds up because you have mastered the supreme secret. You know, you are certain, and what you know with certainty must manifest because that is law. Sleep now in absolute certainty. Wake as someone who knows, and manifest from pure knowing consciousness. There is a teaching that Florence Scovel Shinn gave, which transforms how people relate to money at the deepest emotional level. And this transformation is essential for lasting prosperity, because most people have highly charged negative emotions around money that repel wealth even while they are consciously trying to attract it. She taught that money itself is completely neutral, neither good nor bad, neither spiritual nor unspiritual. Money is simply energy, a tool, a medium of exchange. But humans project enormous emotional charge onto money, loading it with fear, shame, guilt, resentment, anxiety, and many other painful emotions. These emotional charges create energetic blocks that prevent money from flowing freely to you because your subconscious associates money with pain, and your subconscious will always move away from pain and toward pleasure. If money is associated with painful emotions in your subconscious, you will unconsciously sabotage your own prosperity because your subconscious is trying to protect you from the pain it associates with having money. Let me explain how this works. Perhaps you grew up in a household where money was a source of constant stress and fighting between your parents. Every time money was discussed, there was tension, anger, fear. Your young subconscious absorbed the association that money equals conflict and pain. Now, as an adult, even though you consciously want more money, your subconscious still carries that childhood programming that money means pain. So it creates circumstances that keep money away to protect you from the pain it believes money brings. Or perhaps you experienced shame around being poor as a child, and now your subconscious associates any thought of money with that shame. So thinking about your finances triggers shame, and your subconscious wants to avoid that painful feeling by avoiding money consciousness altogether. Or perhaps you absorbed religious or cultural teachings that said wealthy people are greedy, or that focusing on money is shallow. And now your subconscious believes that having wealth would make you a bad person. So it sabotages prosperity to protect your identity as a good person. These kinds of emotional associations with money are extremely common and extremely powerful in blocking prosperity, and most people are not even consciously aware they are carrying them. Florence taught that before you can successfully attract and hold wealth, you must clear these emotional charges around money, neutralizing the painful associations and replacing them with positive or at least neutral feelings about money and wealth. And the most effective place to do this clearing and reprogramming is during sleep, when you have direct access to the subconscious where these emotional patterns are stored. Through consistent nightly work, you can identify, release, and reprogram your emotional relationship with money, removing blocks that have been preventing prosperity for years or even decades. Here is the practice Florence taught for clearing emotional blocks around money. As you lie in bed tonight before sleep, after your other prosperity practices, I want you to do a brief emotional scan regarding money. Ask yourself silently, what emotions do I feel when I think about money? Do not judge whatever comes up. Simply notice. You might feel anxiety, fear, shame, anger, guilt, resentment, or any number of emotions. Whatever you notice, acknowledge it. Say to yourself, I notice I feel anxiety when I think about money. Or I notice I feel shame around my financial situation, or whatever is true for you. Simply acknowledging the emotion without judgment is the first step in releasing it. Then, once you have identified an emotion you carry around money, consciously choose to release it. Say silently, I now choose to release all anxiety around money. Money is just energy. Money is neutral. I do not need to fear it or be anxious about it. I release this emotional charge now. As you speak this release statement, visualize or feel the emotion dissolving, leaving your body, evaporating like mist. You might need to repeat the release statement several times with feeling before you actually feel the emotional charge diminishing. That is fine. The key is genuine willingness to let the emotion go, combined with the understanding that you do not need to carry painful feelings about something as neutral as money. After you have worked on releasing one emotional charge, you can either do the same process with another emotion, or simply move on to the final step, which is reprogramming positive feelings about money. The final step is to consciously install positive emotional associations with money in your subconscious, to replace the negative ones you just released. Say something like, I now choose to feel peaceful about money. Money is my friend. Money is a tool that serves me. I feel relaxed and confident about my finances. I associate money with joy, freedom, security, and generosity. As you speak these new emotional programs, really try to generate the feelings in your body. Feel peace replacing anxiety. Feel confidence replacing fear. Feel joy replacing shame. Your subconscious responds more powerfully to feeling than to words alone. So the more you can actually feel these positive emotions about money as you speak the words, the more effectively you reprogram your emotional relationship with money. Florence had a student who discovered through this practice that she had deep unconscious resentment toward wealthy people, inherited from her father who constantly criticized the rich as selfish and corrupt. She had never consciously realized she carried this resentment, but once she identified it, she could see clearly how it was blocking her own prosperity, because her subconscious believed that becoming wealthy would make her like the people she resented. She practiced releasing that resentment every night for 2 weeks, saying, I release all resentment toward wealthy people. I forgive my father for his limited beliefs. I know that wealth does not make someone good or bad. I give myself permission to be wealthy and remain a good person. As she released the resentment and installed new beliefs, she felt a lightness and freedom around money that she had never experienced before. And within a month of clearing that emotional block, her income doubled through opportunities that appeared naturally. The block had been preventing flow, and once removed, flow resumed naturally. Another student discovered through this practice that he carried guilt around having more than his parents had ever had, as if succeeding financially would be betraying them or making them feel bad. He had never consciously thought this, but when he did the emotional scan, The guilt was unmistakable. He realized his subconscious had been keeping him at his parents' income level or below to avoid this guilt. Once he identified it, he could release it by understanding that his parents would want him to prosper, that his success did not diminish them, that he could honor them by thriving rather than by limiting himself. He practiced releasing the guilt nightly for a month, and as the emotional block cleared, his financial situation improved dramatically because the unconscious ceiling was removed. These stories illustrate how powerful unconscious emotional blocks around money can be, and how effectively they can be cleared through conscious work during the receptive sleep state. Whatever emotional charges you are carrying around money, whether you are consciously aware of them or not, this nightly practice of identifying, releasing, and reprogramming will gradually clear them from your subconscious. Some blocks clear quickly, in just a few nights of focused practice. Others are deeper and require weeks of consistent work. But all blocks can be cleared if you are willing to look at them honestly and work with them patiently. Florence said that clearing emotional blocks around money is like clearing debris from a stream. Once the blocks are removed, the water flows naturally and freely because that is its nature. Money wants to flow to you. Abundance is natural. Your emotional blocks are the only thing preventing that natural flow. And those blocks can be removed through this simple but powerful nightly practice. As you lie here now, very relaxed, preparing to drift into sleep, take a moment to do that emotional scan. What do you feel when you think about money? What emotions arise when you consider your financial situation? Do not judge what you find. Simply notice with compassion. Then, consciously choose to release whatever painful emotions you discover. You do not need to carry fear, shame, anxiety, guilt, or resentment about something as neutral as money. These emotions serve no positive purpose. They only block your prosperity. Release them now with genuine willingness to let them go. Feel them dissolving, leaving your being, making space for new positive emotions to take their place. And then consciously install new feelings about money. Choose to feel peaceful, confident, joyful about money and wealth. Associate abundance with positive emotions rather than negative ones. Program your subconscious to connect money with pleasure rather than pain, with ease rather than stress, with freedom rather than fear. Do this practice every night for the next 21 nights as part of your complete prosperity programming. Each night, you might work with the same emotional block if it is deep and needs repeated attention. Or you might discover new layers of emotional charge as you go deeper. Trust the process. Your subconscious will reveal what needs to be cleared when you are ready to release it. And as these emotional blocks dissolve night by night, you will notice several shifts. First, you will feel lighter and more peaceful when you think about money. The heaviness and tension will ease. Second, you will notice yourself naturally taking different actions around money, making choices from confidence rather than fear. Third, money will start flowing more easily because the energetic blocks that were repelling it are dissolving. And fourth, you will feel genuinely good about prosperity instead of conflicted, which means you can actually receive and enjoy wealth when it comes, rather than unconsciously pushing it away or sabotaging it. Florence taught that a clear emotional relationship with money is just as important as positive thoughts about money, because emotions are more powerful than thoughts in the subconscious realm. You can think prosperity thoughts all day, but if you feel fear and shame when you think about money, the fear and shame will win because emotion trumps thought at the subconscious level. But when you clear the negative emotions and install positive emotions around money, your prosperity thoughts and your prosperity feelings align and work together powerfully to create wealth consciousness that produces rapid results. This is the level of mastery you are developing through your nightly practice. Not just positive thinking, but positive feeling. Not just wealthy thoughts, but wealthy emotions. Complete alignment at all levels of consciousness, producing complete transformation in circumstances. Sleep now with the intention of releasing any emotional blocks around money that your subconscious reveals to you tonight. Trust that as you sleep, healing is happening at deep levels where these blocks were formed, often in childhood before you had language or conscious awareness. Your subconscious knows how to heal these old wounds and release these old charges when given permission and supportive programming. You are giving that permission and programming tonight. Tomorrow, you wake lighter, freer, more emotionally clear about money. Night after night, Layer after layer of old blocks dissolve until your emotional relationship with money is completely positive and supportive of prosperity. You deserve to feel good about money. You deserve to have a clear, clean relationship with wealth. You are worthy of prosperity that comes easily and feels wonderful. Release all emotional blocks now. Clear all old charges now. Make space for positive feelings about abundant wealth. This is your healing. This is your clearing. This is your freedom. Sleep in peace. Now we enter into what Florence Scovel Shinn considered the most mystical and profound aspect of prosperity manifestation, what she called the invisible bridge between consciousness and form. She taught that between the moment you plant a desire in consciousness and the moment it manifests in physical form, there exists an invisible bridge that your manifestation must cross. And understanding how to support your manifestation on this bridge determines how quickly and completely your desires appear in physical reality. Most people plant their desires through intention and prayer and visualization, and then they either forget about them completely or obsess over them anxiously. And both extremes interfere with the manifestation crossing that invisible bridge successfully. Florence discovered that there is a middle way, a perfect balance of attentive nurturing without anxious attachment that allows manifestations to complete their journey from consciousness to form with optimal speed and success. Let me explain this bridge metaphor more fully because it illuminates something crucial about how manifestation actually works. When you clearly visualize wealth, when you program prosperity consciousness, when you feel wealthy feelings before physical evidence appears, you are planting seeds in consciousness, creating what Florence called divine ideas in the spiritual realm. These divine ideas are real. They exist. But they exist in consciousness, in the invisible realm, not yet in physical form. For them to become tangible wealth in your bank account and life circumstances, they must cross the invisible bridge from consciousness into form, and this crossing takes time and requires supportive conditions. Think of it like pregnancy. Once conception happens, the baby exists, but it exists in invisible form inside the mother's body. It takes 9 months of gestation in the right conditions before the baby is born into visible physical existence. You cannot rush this process. Trying to force it only creates problems, but you also cannot ignore it completely. The mother must eat well, rest properly, avoid harmful substances, and generally support the gestation process for healthy birth to occur. Florence taught that manifestations work the same way. Once you conceive a desire through clear intention and consciousness programming, that desire exists in invisible form. It is real. It is gestating. But it needs the right conditions and supportive energy from you during the gestation period for it to successfully birth into physical reality. If you become anxiously attached, constantly checking to see if it has manifested yet, doubting when you do not see immediate evidence, talking about how it is not here yet, you are essentially disturbing the gestation process and potentially killing your manifestation before it can fully form. But if you set your intention and then completely forget about it, giving it no attention or energy at all, you are essentially abandoning the pregnancy, not providing the nurturing attention that supports healthy development. The middle way that Florence taught is what she called faithful expectation. You hold your desire in awareness with gentle, confident expectation that it is developing in the invisible realm and will appear at the perfect time, while simultaneously releasing anxious attachment to exactly when and how it will manifest. Here is how to practice faithful expectation specifically for wealth manifestation during your sleep programming time. After you have done all your prosperity practices tonight, after you have visualized wealth and felt wealthy feelings and released emotional blocks, take a moment to consciously acknowledge that your financial transformation is already in progress in the invisible realm. Say to yourself silently, "My wealth is developing right now in consciousness. The bridge from invisible to visible is being crossed. All the conditions are aligning. Resources are being gathered. Opportunities are being prepared. People are being guided to me. Synchronicities are being orchestrated. My manifestation is in process." And then consciously release any need to know exactly when or how it will appear in physical form. Say, "I trust divine timing. I release control of the how and when. I simply maintain my wealthy consciousness and faithful expectation, knowing that my subconscious and infinite intelligence are managing all the details of manifestation. My job is to hold the consciousness. The universe's job is to create the circumstances, and this is being accomplished perfectly right now. This practice of acknowledging that your manifestation is in process while releasing attachment to timing creates the ideal energetic conditions for your wealth to complete its journey across the invisible bridge. You are giving it attention and faith, which supports its development, while simultaneously not strangling it with anxiety and doubt, which allows it to develop naturally. Florence said, "This is the consciousness of the farmer who plants seeds in spring and then tends the growing crops throughout summer without digging them up anxiously to check progress, trusting that harvest will come when the crops are fully mature." The farmer does not forget about his fields. He thinks about them daily, tends them, removes weeds, provides water, protects them from pests. But he also does not sit in the field, demanding that the corn grow faster, or questioning whether seeds will actually produce plants. He maintains faithful expectation based on understanding natural law, knowing that planted seeds tended properly will produce harvest inevitably because that is how growth works. Your prosperity manifestation follows the same natural law. Seeds of wealth consciousness planted in your subconscious through nightly programming will produce harvest of physical wealth inevitably if you tend them with faithful expectation while they develop in the invisible realm. The tending is your daily practice of maintaining wealthy consciousness despite current circumstances. The faithful expectation is your trust that manifestation is happening even when you see no evidence yet. And the release of anxious attachment is your surrender of control over exactly how and when the wealth appears, trusting divine intelligence to manage timing and logistics. These three elements together, consistent tending plus faithful expectation plus surrender of control, create ideal conditions for rapid, successful manifestation. Let me share a story that illustrates this beautifully. Florence worked with a woman who had been trying to manifest a specific amount of money for months with no success. The woman was doing all the practices, visualizing daily, affirming constantly, programming her subconscious at night, but she was also checking her bank account obsessively multiple times a day, talking constantly about how the money had not appeared yet, comparing her lack of results to others who manifested quickly, becoming increasingly anxious and doubtful. Florence explained to her that she was planting seeds at night and then digging them up through anxiety during the day, never giving the manifestation space to develop properly. She taught her the practice of faithful expectation, instructing her to acknowledge once a day that her manifestation was in process and then completely release it, not checking her account obsessively, not talking about the lack, not feeding anxiety and doubt. The woman found this incredibly difficult at first because her habit of anxious checking was deeply ingrained, but she committed to the practice. Every morning she would say once, "My money is developing in the invisible realm and will appear at the perfect time." And then she would consciously redirect her attention to other things whenever her mind tried to obsess about the money. She continued her nightly prosperity programming, but stopped the daytime anxiety spiral. Within 2 weeks of this new approach, the money appeared. Not in the exact form she had been envisioning, but in an even better form through an opportunity she had not anticipated. She realized that her anxious attachment had been blocking the manifestation for months, and once she released that attachment while maintaining faithful expectation, the money could finally cross the invisible bridge into physical form. This teaching is especially important as you enter the second and third weeks of your 21-day commitment, because this is often when people become impatient. The first week is exciting, new, full of fresh energy and optimism. By the second week, if dramatic results have not appeared yet, doubt can creep in. The mind starts questioning whether this really works, whether you are doing it right, whether you will be the exception who does not manifest. This is the critical time to practice faithful expectation. Remind yourself that your wealth is gestating in the invisible realm even though you do not see it in visible form yet. Trust that the seeds you have been planting nightly for 1 or 2 weeks are growing beneath the surface, even though no sprouts have broken through the soil yet. Maintain your practices faithfully without anxious attachment to seeing immediate results. This faithful, patient consciousness actually speeds manifestation by removing the resistance of doubt and anxiety. Florence emphasized that the invisible bridge between consciousness and form is where most manifestations fail, not because the practices do not work, but because people lose faith during the invisible growth period before physical results appear. They plant seeds beautifully, but then kill them through impatient doubt before harvest can occur. She said the people who successfully manifest consistently are not more spiritual or more deserving. They simply understand that there is always a time gap between planting consciousness seeds and harvesting circumstance results, and they maintain faithful expectation through that gap instead of allowing doubt to abort the manifestation. This is the mastery you are developing over these 3 weeks, not just the ability to plant prosperity consciousness through nightly programming, but also the ability to hold faithful expectation and maintain wealthy consciousness during the days and weeks while your manifestation completes its invisible development before appearing in visible form. As you lie here now, deeply relaxed, perhaps already at the edge of sleep, I want you to consciously acknowledge that your financial transformation is happening right now in the invisible realm. You cannot see it with physical eyes yet, but it is real. It is in process. It is developing. All the conditions for your wealth manifestation are being arranged by forces you cannot perceive working in dimensions you cannot access consciously. Your job is simply to maintain your prosperity consciousness through your nightly programming and your daily awareness, trusting completely that the invisible work is happening perfectly. You do not need to know how your money will come. You do not need to figure out the logistics. You do not need to control the timing. You only need to hold wealthy consciousness and faithful expectation, and infinite intelligence will manage everything else. Tonight, as you fall asleep, release all anxiety about when your manifestation will appear. Release all need to see evidence before you believe. Release all temptation to doubt during the invisible growth period. Instead, affirm silently, "My wealth is developing in consciousness right now. The invisible bridge is being crossed. My manifestation is in process and will appear in perfect divine timing. I trust completely. I expect faithfully. I maintain wealthy consciousness consistently. And I surrender all control to infinite intelligence, which knows exactly how to bring my desire from invisible to visible in the most perfect way." Sleep in this trust tonight. Wake tomorrow holding this faithful expectation. And continue your nightly programming, knowing that every night you are supporting your manifestation's journey across the invisible bridge from consciousness into form. Soon, very soon, you will see tangible evidence of what has been developing invisibly. But whether that evidence appears tomorrow or next week or next month, you maintain faithful expectation without wavering, knowing that planted seeds tended properly will produce harvest inevitably, because that is spiritual law. Sleep now in perfect trust. Your wealth is coming. Your manifestation is in process. All is unfolding perfectly in the invisible realm. Rest in this knowing. Tonight, I want to share with you one of the most revolutionary teachings Florence Scovel Shinn ever gave about prosperity, something she discovered that completely changed how her students approached wealth creation. She taught that most people have the relationship between giving and receiving exactly backwards, and this backwards understanding keeps them trapped in poverty consciousness no matter how much they try to attract money. The conventional wisdom says you must receive first before you can give. You must accumulate wealth before you can be generous. You must have abundance before you can share abundance. But Florence discovered through studying spiritual law that this is completely inverted from how prosperity actually works. She taught that giving precedes receiving, that generosity creates the energetic channel through which abundance flows to you, that you must give first to create the vacuum that pulls receiving to you. This seems illogical to the rational mind, especially when you are in financial lack. How can I give when I barely have enough for myself? But this is exactly the consciousness shift that opens the floodgates of supply. Let me explain the spiritual mechanics of why giving before receiving is so powerful for manifestation. When you are holding tightly to what little you have, operating from a consciousness of not enough, you are essentially telling your subconscious and the universe that resources are scarce and limited. Your energy is contracted, closed, fearful of loss. This contracted energy cannot receive because receiving requires openness, expansion, trust. You are literally blocking the flow of supply to you through your fearful, hoarding consciousness. But when you give, even when you have little, even when it makes no logical sense to give, you are making a powerful declaration to your subconscious and the universe. You are saying, I have enough to share, I trust that more is coming, I am abundant, I operate from overflow, not from lack. This giving consciousness is expansive, open, trusting. And this is precisely the consciousness that attracts receiving, because like attracts like. Generous consciousness attracts generous circumstances. Giving energy attracts receiving energy. The flow you create through giving creates the return flow of receiving. Florence told a story that illustrates this principle perfectly. There was a woman who came to her classes who was in severe poverty, struggling to feed her children, wearing worn clothes, barely surviving. She heard Florence teach about giving as the key to receiving and thought it was the most absurd thing she had ever heard. How am I supposed to give when I have nothing? Florence looked at her and said, You have something. You have a smile. You have kind words. You have time. You have attention. Giving is not only about money. Giving is about energy, consciousness, anything you share with others. Start giving what you have, no matter how small it seems, and watch how the universe mirrors that giving back to you. The woman was skeptical, but desperate enough to try. She started smiling at everyone she encountered instead of walking around in her usual cloud of stress and bitterness. She started offering kind words and genuine compliments. She started giving her time to help neighbors with small tasks, even though she felt she barely had time for her own overwhelming responsibilities. Within a week, something shifted. People started responding to her differently. Someone gave her clothes for her children. Someone else offered her food. A neighbor offered her work. Small acts of giving were being mirrored back to her as receiving. Encouraged, she deepened the practice. When she received a little money, instead of hoarding every penny in fear, she gave a small amount away to someone in greater need. It felt terrifying and illogical, but she did it anyway as an act of faith that giving creates receiving. And every time she gave, more came back to her, often in surprising ways from unexpected sources. Within 3 months, her financial situation had completely transformed. She had steady income, her basic needs were met comfortably, and she was accumulating savings. She said to Florence, I understand now that I was blocking abundance by holding on so tightly. When I opened my hands through giving, even giving from my lack, I created space for receiving to flow in. Florence said, Exactly. You cannot receive with closed hands. You must open your hands through giving to create the capacity to receive. This is spiritual law. Now here is how you apply this principle through your nightly sleep programming. As part of your prosperity practice before sleep, I want you to consciously cultivate generous consciousness by reflecting on what you gave today and setting intention to give tomorrow. Even if you are in financial lack right now, you gave something today. Maybe you gave attention to someone who needed to be heard. Maybe you gave a smile that brightened someone's day. Maybe you gave patience when you could have given irritation. Maybe you gave encouragement or kindness or time. Acknowledge what you gave today no matter how small it seems, and feel genuine appreciation for your own generosity. This practice programs your subconscious to identify you as a giver, as a generous person, as someone who operates from abundance consciousness, even when circumstances are limited. Then, set an intention for tomorrow. Say silently, tomorrow I will look for opportunities to give. I will give smiles, kind words, attention, appreciation, whatever I have to share. And if I receive money tomorrow, I will give some portion of it away immediately to someone or some cause, trusting that giving creates the channel for more receiving. This intention programs your subconscious to notice giving opportunities during your day and to act on them, which creates the generous consciousness that attracts abundant receiving. You are training yourself to be a conduit for flow rather than a dam that blocks flow. When energy and resources flow through you to others, more energy and resources flow to you from source. But when you try to hold and hoard everything in fear, you stop the flow in both directions. Florence emphasized that giving must be done with the right consciousness to be effective for manifestation. Giving from resentment or obligation or manipulation does not create the energetic opening for receiving. Only genuine, generous giving from a consciousness of abundance and joy creates the return flow. So when you give, even if you are giving from limited resources, consciously generate the feeling of abundance as you give. Feel that you have enough to share. Feel the joy of being able to contribute to someone else. Feel grateful that you are in a position to give rather than only receive. This abundant, joyful consciousness in your giving is what creates the magnetic pull for receiving. You are demonstrating to your subconscious and the universe that you are abundant. And abundant consciousness must create abundant circumstances, because that is law. Let me share another powerful story. Florence worked with a man who had an extremely high income, but was always anxious about money and feeling like he did not have enough. Despite earning far more than most people, he lived in constant fear of loss, hoarding his money, never giving to anyone, always worried about financial disaster. Florence recognized that his wealth was not making him feel wealthy because he had poverty consciousness despite his high income. She taught him that his hoarding was actually creating the very scarcity he feared, because hoarding consciousness attracts scarcity circumstances eventually. She challenged him to deliberately give away significant amounts of his money, not from obligation, but from genuine desire to be generous, to trust abundance, to open the flow. The man was terrified. His mind screamed that this was financial suicide, but he trusted Florence enough to try it as an experiment. He started giving larger amounts than he ever had before to people and causes he cared about. And something miraculous happened. Instead of feeling depleted by the giving, he felt more abundant than ever before. The act of generous giving shifted his consciousness from scarcity to abundance. And as his consciousness shifted, his income actually increased, even though he was now giving away much of it. He realized that the amount of money he had was never the problem. His fearful hoarding consciousness was the problem. Once he shifted to generous giving consciousness, true abundance flowed both in his feelings and in his circumstances. This is a crucial teaching as you work to establish wealth consciousness over these 3 weeks. Your current financial circumstances, whatever they are, do not determine whether you can cultivate generous giving consciousness. You can be generous in consciousness and in small actions right now, today, regardless of your bank account. And this generosity is what will actually create the shift in consciousness that attracts greater abundance. If you wait until you have more money to become generous, you will never become truly wealthy in consciousness because your giving will be conditional, dependent on circumstances, rather than a genuine expression of abundant consciousness. But when you practice generosity now, even giving small amounts or non-monetary gifts when you feel you cannot afford it, you train your subconscious to operate from abundance rather than scarcity. And that training creates the consciousness that manifests actual abundance. Tonight, as you prepare to sleep, after acknowledging what you gave today, make a specific commitment. Say to yourself, over these next 21 days, I commit to looking for opportunities to give every single day, knowing that giving creates receiving, that generosity attracts abundance, that open hands can receive what closed fists cannot. I give with joy and trust, demonstrating to my subconscious and the universe that I am abundant. And I expect that my giving will return to me multiplied, because that is spiritual law. When you program this generous consciousness into your subconscious every night for 3 weeks, generosity becomes automatic for you. You start naturally looking for ways to contribute, to share, to give. And as you embody generous consciousness consistently, your circumstances must shift to reflect abundance because the universe mirrors your consciousness. As you drift towards sleep now, feeling deeply relaxed and peaceful, generate the feeling of being a generous, abundant person. Feel what it would be like to have so much that sharing is easy and joyful. Feel the satisfaction of contributing to others. Feel the trust that you always have enough to give because more is always flowing to you. Even if your current circumstances do not match this feeling, generate it anyway as a consciousness practice. Your subconscious accepts feelings as reality, and it will work to create circumstances that match the generous, abundant feelings you are programming tonight. Give freely in consciousness now, and watch how receiving flows to you in circumstances soon. Your generosity is creating your abundance. Your giving is opening your receiving. Trust this completely. Sleep in generous consciousness. Wake as a giver. Live as someone abundant enough to share. And experience the return flow that generous consciousness inevitably creates. You are generous. You are abundant. You give and receive freely. This is truth. This is your new consciousness. This is your new reality forming now. We are now entering the final third of this 4-hour prosperity transmission, and I want to share with you what Florence Scovel Shinn called the ultimate realization that all wealth seekers must come to if they want lasting, sustainable abundance that does not disappear or feel hollow when achieved. She taught that most people are seeking money when what they actually want is the feeling they believe money will give them. They want money because they think it will make them feel secure, or free, or worthy, or powerful, or happy. But this is a fundamental confusion between means and ends. Money is just a tool, a means to an end. The feeling is what you truly desire. And here is the revolutionary realization that changes everything. You can generate the feelings you are seeking right now, before money arrives. And in fact, generating those feelings now is what creates the consciousness that attracts the money. But even more profound than that, when you can generate security, freedom, worthiness, power, and happiness without needing money to provide those feelings, you discover that you are already wealthy at the consciousness level, and consciousness is the only real wealth that exists. Let me explain this more deeply because it is the most important teaching of this entire transmission. If you are seeking money to feel secure, but you learn to feel secure without money through connecting to your spiritual source, you have gained the actual treasure you were seeking. Money might come after that or it might not, but you already have what you really wanted, which was the feeling of security. And ironically, once you can feel secure without money, money tends to flow much more easily because you are no longer in the desperate, needy energy that repels abundance. You are operating from the fulfilled consciousness that attracts manifestation. This is the paradox that Florence taught. When you need money to feel wealthy, you stay poor because need repels. But when you can feel wealthy without money, you become magnetic to money because wealth consciousness attracts wealth circumstances. The feeling you are seeking is the real wealth, and you can have that feeling right now through consciousness work, regardless of circumstances. Florence had a profound experience that taught her this principle personally. There was a period in her life when she was completely broke, facing potential homelessness, with no apparent source of income or help. In her desperation and fear, she had a spiritual experience where she suddenly realized that even if she lost everything material, she would still be connected to infinite source, still be a child of divine intelligence, still be loved and held by the universe. In that moment, she felt completely secure despite having no money, no home, no physical security whatsoever. The feeling of security came from recognizing her spiritual nature rather than from external circumstances. And she said that moment of genuine security consciousness, despite having nothing, was the turning point. Within days, opportunities appeared that solved her financial crisis completely. But more important than the money that came was the realization that her true security could never be found in circumstances. Her true security was in consciousness, in her connection to Source, and that could never be lost or taken away. She began teaching this realization to her students, and those who truly grasped it experienced a profound shift. They stopped seeking money to give them feelings and started generating the feelings directly through consciousness work, which paradoxically made money flow to them much more easily. A student who was seeking money to feel worthy began doing worthiness work separate from finances, recognizing his inherent worth as a spiritual being regardless of bank account. As he established genuine feeling of worthiness through consciousness, his financial situation improved dramatically because he stopped the desperate, needy energy that had been repelling money. Another student who was seeking money to feel free began practicing freedom consciousness, making choices from inner freedom rather than from external constraint. As she embodied freedom consciousness before circumstances reflected it, circumstances shifted rapidly to give her actual freedom, including financial freedom. This is the practice I want to teach you for your final week of the 21-day commitment. You have been programming wealth consciousness, doing all the practices faithfully, planting seeds that are developing toward manifestation. Now we add this deepest level, which is recognizing what you really want from wealth and giving yourself that directly through consciousness work. As you lie in bed tonight before sleep, after your other practices, ask yourself this question: what do I believe money will give me? What feeling or experience am I actually seeking through wealth? Common answers are security, freedom, peace, happiness, worthiness, power, respect, ease, joy, adventure, comfort. Whatever your specific answer is, acknowledge it honestly. Then ask yourself, can I generate this feeling right now through consciousness even before money arrives? Can I feel secure by connecting to my spiritual source? Can I feel free by recognizing that I have choice and agency? Can I feel worthy by acknowledging my inherent value? Can I feel peaceful by trusting divine provision? Whatever the feeling is that you seek through money, practice generating it directly through consciousness tonight. Let me give you a specific example of how this works. If you realize that you want money to feel secure, you would practice security consciousness before sleep. You would say silently, I am secure. My security does not come from my bank account. My security comes from my connection to infinite source that provides for me always. No matter what happens in circumstances, I remain secure in consciousness because I am held by the universe, guided by divine intelligence, loved unconditionally by source. Even if I had no money tomorrow, I would still be secure in my essential being. This security is my truth, regardless of circumstances. As you speak these words and really feel the truth of them, generating genuine security consciousness, independent of financial circumstances, something profound happens. First, you actually feel secure, which is what you really wanted. Second, your desperate, needy energy around money disappears because you already have the feeling you were seeking. Third, with that needy energy gone, money can flow to you much more easily because you are no longer repelling it through desperation. Florence emphasized that this is not bypass or denial. You are not pretending you do not need money or that circumstances do not matter. You are recognizing that your true well-being exists at the consciousness level, not the circumstance level. Circumstances are temporary and changeable. Consciousness is permanent and within your control. When you anchor your sense of security or freedom or worthiness in consciousness rather than in circumstances, you cannot lose it no matter what happens externally. And that unshakable internal state is true wealth that no market crash or economic disaster can take from you. But also, that internally wealthy consciousness tends to create externally wealthy circumstances, because consciousness always creates conditions to match itself. So you get both the feeling and the money, but in the right order, consciousness first and circumstances following. Let me tell you about a student of Florence who was seeking money desperately because she believed it would make her happy. She was miserable in her poverty, and all her energy was focused on trying to get money so she could finally be happy. Florence taught her to reverse this completely. Instead of seeking money to be happy, practice being happy now and let money follow happiness consciousness. The woman said, "But how can I be happy when I am struggling financially?" Florence said, "Happiness is a choice you make in consciousness, not a circumstance you find in situations. You can choose to notice beauty, appreciate small joys, connect with loved ones, feel grateful for what you have, find purpose in serving others, laugh at absurdities, all of which create genuine happiness regardless of financial circumstances." This woman committed to practicing happiness consciousness despite her poverty. She woke up each morning and deliberately chose to find things to be happy about. She smiled more. She laughed more. She focused on non-monetary sources of joy. And within 2 months, her entire life had transformed. Not only did her income increase significantly, but she realized that she had been chasing money to give her something she could create directly through consciousness choice. She had found genuine happiness independent of circumstances, which was the real treasure, and the money came as a side effect of happy consciousness attracting abundant circumstances. This is the mastery level of prosperity work that you are now ready for, having done 2+ weeks of foundational programming. You are learning that wealth is consciousness, that the feelings you seek are available now through inner work, and that when you generate those feelings before circumstances reflect them, the circumstances must eventually shift to match your consciousness. This does not mean you stop wanting money or working toward financial goals. This means you stop needing money to feel complete. And that shift from need to preference is what actually allows money to flow freely, because need repels and preference attracts. When you can be happy, secure, free, and worthy in consciousness right now before money proves those states, you are operating from fulfilled consciousness that is magnetic to abundance. and you gain the real treasure, which is unshakable well-being at the consciousness level that no external circumstance can threaten. Tonight, as you prepare to sleep, identify what feeling you are seeking through wealth and practice, generating it directly through consciousness. If it is security, practice security consciousness. If it is freedom, practice freedom consciousness. If it is worthiness, practice worthiness consciousness. Whatever it is, give it to yourself through inner work rather than waiting for money to give it to you. Feel what you want to feel now, in this moment, independent of bank account or circumstances. Generate the feeling through recognizing spiritual truth, through conscious choice, through connecting to Source. As you program this fulfilled consciousness into your subconscious tonight, several things happen. First, you feel better immediately, which was the whole point. Second, desperate energy around money dissolves because you already have what you want at the feeling level. Third, money flows more easily to you because fulfilled consciousness attracts abundance, while needy consciousness repels it. Fourth, you discover that true wealth is consciousness, not circumstances, and you become unshakable in your well-being, regardless of what happens externally. Sleep tonight in fulfilled consciousness. Feel wealthy not because money is here yet, but because you have connected to the real source of wealth, which is your spiritual essence. Feel secure, not because circumstances prove it, but because you know you are held by the universe. Feel free, not because external conditions allow it, but because you recognize your inner freedom that cannot be constrained. Feel worthy not because achievements prove it, but because you know your inherent divine value. Feel happy not because life is perfect, but because you choose to notice beauty and appreciate blessings. This is real wealth. This is true prosperity. And from this fulfilled consciousness, external wealth will flow naturally as a reflection of internal wealth. But whether it flows tomorrow or next month, you are already wealthy in consciousness, which is the only wealth that truly matters. Sleep in this knowing, wake with this realization, live from this truth. You are wealthy now in consciousness. Circumstances will follow, but you are already complete. As we move into the final hour of this wealth consciousness transmission, I want to share with you what Florence Scovel Shinn called the sacred practice of nighttime decree, a specific technique that she taught only to her most advanced students because it requires a level of faith and understanding that takes time to develop. She discovered that there is a particular way of speaking into the universe during those final moments before sleep that carries extraordinary manifestation power, far beyond normal affirmations or prayers. This practice combines spoken word with feeling, with absolute conviction, with perfect timing, in a way that sets irresistible creative forces in motion. When done correctly, nighttime decrees create what she called divine commands that the universe must obey because you are speaking with the authority of your divine nature, recognizing yourself as a creator rather than as a beggar hoping for blessings. Tonight, you are ready to learn this advanced practice because you have been preparing your consciousness for nearly 3 weeks through all the foundational work you have been doing. The sacred nighttime decree works on this principle. When you speak words with absolute conviction during those precious final seconds before consciousness fades into sleep, those words penetrate directly into your subconscious without any filtering or resistance. And they also go out into the universe as creative commands that set spiritual law in motion to produce corresponding results. You are essentially programming your subconscious and commanding the universe simultaneously through the same spoken words at the optimal moment when both are maximally receptive. Florence taught that this practice was how ancient mystics manifested miracles, how saints and sages created seemingly impossible results, and how anyone who understands spiritual law can collapse time between intention and manifestation dramatically. But most people never learn this practice because it requires understanding that you are not separate from creative source, that you have divine authority to speak things into existence, and that spoken words during the sleep transition carry creative power that most humans never access. Here is exactly how to practice sacred nighttime decree. After you have done all your other prosperity practices tonight, after gratitude and visualization and feeling work and clearing and all the rest, you are going to speak a final decree out loud in the moments right before you allow yourself to drift into sleep. This decree must be spoken audibly, not just thought silently, because sound carries creative vibration that silent thought does not. The decree must be spoken with absolute conviction, as if you are stating already established fact rather than hoping something might happen. And the decree must be brief, clear, specific, and worded in present tense as already done. Florence gave her students a template for prosperity decrees that you can personalize to your specific situation. The basic structure is, I now decree and declare that, followed by your specific prosperity intention stated as already accomplished, ending with, this is done, this is law, so be it. Let me give you a powerful example. You would say out loud with full conviction, I now decree and declare that divine abundance flows to me from all directions. Money comes to me easily and constantly through expected and unexpected sources. I am wealthy, I am blessed, I am divinely provided for in all ways. This is done. This is law. So be it. Notice several things about this decree. First, it is stated in present tense as already real, not as future hope. Second, it claims multiple sources of supply, not limiting how abundance can come. Third, it declares the condition as already established fact. Fourth, it ends with the powerful closing. This is done. This is law. So be it, which seals the decree and releases it to the universe. When you speak this kind of decree out loud, with genuine conviction and faith in the final moments before sleep, you are doing something extraordinarily powerful. You are claiming your divine authority as a creator, speaking with the creative power that made the universe, commanding spiritual law to produce results that match your word. Florence told a story about a man who learned this practice and used it to transform his financial situation dramatically in a very short time. He had been struggling for years, trying every manifestation technique, getting minimal results. Then he learned the sacred nighttime decree practice from Florence. Every single night for 30 consecutive nights, as his absolute last conscious act before sleep took him, he spoke out loud with intense conviction, I now decree and declare that I am a magnet for money. Wealth flows to me easily from all directions. My income increases rapidly. I am financially free. This is done. This is law. So be it. For the first week, nothing seemed different, but he maintained the practice faithfully, speaking his decree with conviction every night, right at the edge of sleep. In the second week, he started having vivid dreams about wealth and abundance, which he recognized as evidence that his subconscious was accepting the decree as reality. In the third week, external circumstances began shifting. He received an unexpected tax refund. Someone offered him a lucrative opportunity. His regular income increased through a raise he had not asked for. By the end of 30 days, his financial situation had completely turned around, and he knew without doubt that the nighttime decree practice was the catalyst that made the difference. What made his success inevitable was the combination of perfect timing, spoken word, absolute conviction, and consistent repetition. He was programming his subconscious at the moment of maximum receptivity. He was speaking creative vibration into the universe through audible decree. He was claiming his desires with authority and faith rather than begging or hoping. And he was repeating the practice faithfully every single night, creating cumulative momentum that became unstoppable. This is the power of sacred nighttime decree when practiced correctly. And you are going to begin this practice tonight as part of your complete wealth consciousness programming. Here is the decree I want you to use tonight and for the remainder of your 21-day commitment and beyond. After all your other practices, as the very last thing you do before allowing sleep to take you, sit up in bed or prop yourself up on pillows so you are not lying flat. This helps you stay conscious long enough to speak the decree clearly. Then speak these words out loud with as much conviction and authority as you can access. I now decree and declare that I am wealthy in consciousness and circumstances. Money flows to me easily, constantly, abundantly from multiple sources. All financial blocks are dissolved. All lack is impossible. I am divinely provided for always. My prosperity is established in spiritual law right now. This is done. This is certain. This is law. So be it. After you speak these words, immediately lie down and release into sleep without any other thoughts or words. Let the decree be the final program that goes into your subconscious as consciousness fades. Let those words carry you into sleep. Let them resonate in your being throughout the night. Florence emphasized several crucial elements for making decrees powerful. First, you must speak with authority, not with pleading or hoping, but with commanding energy that knows the decree will manifest because you have spoken it with creative power. Second, you must feel the truth of what you are speaking as you speak it. Not just saying words mechanically, but actually embodying the consciousness of what you are declaring. Third, you must release all attachment immediately after speaking the decree, trusting that it is done and not obsessing over how or when it will manifest. Fourth, you must be consistent, speaking your decree every single night without skipping, building cumulative power through repetition. When you meet these conditions, your nighttime decrees become irresistible creative forces that must produce corresponding results in physical form. Some people feel uncomfortable with the commanding energy of decreeing, feeling it is arrogant or inappropriate to speak with such authority. Florence addressed this directly. She said, "You are not commanding some separate external deity or universe. You are commanding spiritual law through your own divine nature. You have creative authority because you are made in the image of the Creator. When you speak decrees with conviction, you are not being arrogant. You are recognizing your true spiritual power that most people never claim. Think of it like this. If you are a king in your kingdom, you do not beg your subjects to obey you. You decree what will be done. Knowing your word carries authority. In the kingdom of your consciousness, you are the sovereign authority. Your word is law. When you speak decrees with this understanding, you are not overstepping. You are finally stepping into the spiritual authority that has always been yours, but that you have been giving away by approaching the universe as a powerless beggar instead of as a divine creator. As you practice this decree, work over the next nights and weeks, you will notice several shifts. First, you will feel more powerful and less victimized by circumstances because you are claiming creative authority. Second, your decrees will feel increasingly natural and true as your consciousness shifts to match them. Third, circumstances will begin aligning with your spoken words in ways that seem miraculous but are actually just spiritual law responding to your creative commands. Fourth, you will develop unshakable faith in the power of your word because you will see evidence repeatedly that what you decree comes to pass. This is the mastery level of manifestation that Florence taught to those ready for it. You are no longer just hoping or visualizing. You are decreeing reality into existence through your divine creative authority expressed as spoken word at the optimal moment of subconscious receptivity. Tonight you begin this sacred practice. Speak your decree out loud with absolute conviction right before sleep takes you. I now decree and declare that I am wealthy in consciousness and circumstances. Money flows to me easily, constantly, abundantly from multiple sources. All financial blocks are dissolved. All lack is impossible. I am divinely provided for always. My prosperity is established in spiritual law right now. This is done. This is certain. This is law. So be it. Feel the power of these words as you speak them. Feel your divine authority activating. Feel creative forces set in motion by your command. Then release completely into sleep, trusting that your decree is already manifesting in the invisible realm and will appear in visible form in perfect timing. You are not hoping anymore. You are not wishing or wanting. You are decreeing. You are commanding. You are creating through your word, and your word has power because you have claimed your spiritual authority. Sleep now with your decree resonating in your subconscious and vibrating in the universe. Wake tomorrow, knowing that what you decreed tonight is already in motion toward manifestation. Continue this practice nightly and watch as your spoken word literally creates your wealthy reality. This is your power. This is your authority. This is your truth. Claim it now through sacred decree. As we enter the final movements of this 4-hour transmission, I want to share with you the culminating teaching that brings together everything you have learned and practiced over these hours and weeks. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that there comes a moment in every person's prosperity journey where intellectual understanding transforms into lived embodiment, where practices you have been doing with effort become your natural way of being, where wealthy consciousness stops being something you try to maintain and becomes simply who you are. She called this moment the Great Shift, and it typically happens somewhere between the second and third week of consistent practice for those who approach the work with genuine commitment and openness. You are approaching or perhaps already in this great shift period, and I want you to recognize what is happening so you can fully surrender to it and allow the transformation to complete. The great shift happens when your subconscious finally accepts your new prosperity programming as more real than your old poverty programming. Up until this point, you have been consciously installing new beliefs and patterns through your nightly practices, but your subconscious has still been holding old programming as default. This creates an internal tension where you are thinking wealthy thoughts through effort, but your deeper mind is still generating scarcity feelings and impulses automatically. But at some point, with enough consistent repetition and emotional conviction, the new programming reaches critical mass in your subconscious. It becomes stronger than the old programming. And suddenly, without you making it happen through effort, your default consciousness shifts from poverty to prosperity. Wealthy thinking becomes automatic. Abundant feeling becomes natural. Generous actions become instinctive. You are no longer trying to be wealthy in consciousness. You simply are wealthy in consciousness. Your being has shifted. And once your being shifts, your circumstances must shift to match because that is spiritual law. Florence taught that you can recognize the great shift through specific signs that appear in your experience. First, you stop having to consciously remind yourself to think abundant thoughts. Prosperity thinking becomes your automatic default. Where you used to have to catch scarcity thoughts and replace them with abundance thoughts, now abundant thoughts just arise naturally without effort. Second, you notice that anxiety about money has dramatically decreased or disappeared entirely. You feel a deep peace and knowing that you are provided for even when circumstances have not fully reflected that yet. Third, you find yourself making different choices spontaneously without having to think about them. You choose generosity over hoarding, investment over fearful saving, opportunities over security, all naturally because your consciousness has shifted. Fourth, other people start commenting that something is different about you, that you seem more confident or peaceful or successful even before your external circumstances have dramatically changed. They are sensing your shifted consciousness even if they cannot articulate what they are sensing. Let me tell you about a woman who experienced the great shift powerfully. She had been faithfully practicing prosperity consciousness programming every night for 17 days. She was doing all the work correctly, but she still felt like she was trying to convince herself of abundance that was not really real yet. On the 18th night, as she did her usual practices before sleep, something different happened. She suddenly felt a click or shift in her consciousness. It was not dramatic or spectacular. It was just a quiet knowing that settled into her being. She knew without doubt that she was wealthy, not in the trying to believe way, but in the simply is way. The knowing was so solid and certain that she could not question it, even though her bank account had not changed. She said it was like her whole being relaxed into truth that had always been there, but that she had been resisting until that moment. From that night forward, everything was different. She did not have to work at wealthy thinking anymore. It was just how she thought. She did not have to generate abundant feelings anymore. They were just how she felt. And within 2 weeks of that great shift, her external circumstances transformed completely. Money flowed in from directions she had not anticipated. Opportunities appeared that were perfect fits. Her income tripled. But she said the external changes were just confirmation of what had already shifted internally. She was already wealthy in consciousness, and circumstances were just catching up. This is what is available to you right now, or very soon, if you maintain your practices faithfully. The great shift is approaching. Your subconscious is being saturated with prosperity consciousness night after night. The new programming is reaching critical mass. Very soon, if it has not happened already, you will feel that click, that settling, that deep knowing that you are wealthy regardless of circumstances. When that happens, do not doubt it. Do not question it, because circumstances have not caught up yet. Trust the internal shift completely, knowing that external results must follow internal transformation. The great shift in consciousness is the actual manifestation. The money in your bank account is just the evidence of what has already manifested in consciousness. So when you feel that shift, celebrate it, anchor it, live from it fully, and watch as your circumstances rapidly reorganize around your new being. Florence taught a practice specifically designed to support and accelerate the great shift. She called it the practice of living as if the shift has already happened. Even before you feel the definitive click of transformation, you begin living as if you have already shifted completely into wealth consciousness. You think, feel, speak, and act as if you are already the wealthy person you are becoming. This is not pretending or faking. This is stepping into your desired consciousness deliberately to help that consciousness establish itself as your new default. When you live as if the shift has happened, you actually accelerate the shift happening because you are giving your subconscious clear, consistent evidence that this is your new identity. Your subconscious learns from your behavior what is true about you. So when you behave as a wealthy person consistently, your subconscious accepts that you are a wealthy person and shifts your entire operating system to match. Here is exactly how to practice living as if the shift has happened. Starting tomorrow morning when you wake, before you get out of bed, say to yourself, "The great shift has happened. I am now permanently established in wealth consciousness. This is my new default being." Then throughout your day, at every decision point, ask yourself, how would I think about this situation if I had already shifted completely into wealth consciousness? How would I feel? What choice would I make? Then think that thought, feel that feeling, make that choice. At first, this will require conscious effort, but very quickly it becomes more natural. And then suddenly you realize you are not trying to live as if anymore. You simply are living as wealthy consciousness because the shift has actually happened while you were practicing as if. This is how you cooperate with your own transformation rather than just passively waiting for it. Let me give you specific examples. If an unexpected expense arises, instead of your old default reaction of panic and stress, you consciously respond as someone who has already shifted into wealth consciousness would respond. You might think, "I am provided for. This expense will be handled easily. Money flows to me constantly." You generate the feeling of calm abundance rather than fearful lack. You make the decision to handle it confidently rather than desperately. At first, you are choosing this response consciously, but after doing it consistently, this abundant response becomes your actual default reaction because your consciousness has shifted. Or perhaps you have an opportunity to invest in something that serves your growth but costs money you do not feel you can spare. Your old default would be to hoard the money in fear. But living as if the shift has happened, you ask yourself what wealthy consciousness would do. Wealthy consciousness would invest in growth, trusting that abundance is unlimited. So you make that choice. And in making it, you reinforce the wealthy identity until it becomes your actual identity. Florence said that living as if is not self-deception. It is calling forth your true self that has been hidden under layers of poverty programming. Your true nature is abundant because you are made in the image of the infinitely abundant Creator. When you live as wealthy consciousness, you are not pretending to be something you are not. You are finally expressing what you truly are beneath all the false conditioning. And every time you choose to think, feel, and act from wealthy consciousness, you dissolve a little more of the false poverty conditioning until only your true abundant nature remains. This is the great shift. This is the transformation you have been working toward, and it is happening now. In these final days of your 3-week commitment and beyond, as you continue these practices as your new way of life. Tonight, as you do your complete prosperity practice one more time, do it with the awareness that the great shift is imminent or has perhaps already happened. Notice if you feel different than you did 3 weeks ago when you started. Notice if wealthy thoughts come more naturally now. Notice if anxiety has decreased. Notice if you feel more peaceful about money. These are signs that transformation is happening beneath the surface. Trust the process completely. You have done the work faithfully. You have planted abundant seeds nightly. You have tended them with consistent practice. The harvest is coming. The shift is happening. Your being is transforming. And very soon, if not already, you will know beyond doubt that you are permanently established in wealth consciousness. When that knowing settles in, when you feel the great shift complete, your manifestation accelerates dramatically because nothing is holding it back anymore. Your consciousness and your circumstances align perfectly in abundant prosperity. Sleep tonight as someone who is right at the edge of, or perhaps already through, the great shift. Feel yourself transforming even as your body rests. Feel old patterns dissolving. Feel new consciousness solidifying. Feel your identity shifting from poverty to prosperity at the deepest levels. Tomorrow, you may wake up and realize the shift has completed. Or it may take a few more days or weeks. Either timing is perfect. Trust completely. Continue your practices faithfully. Live as if you have already shifted. And watch as your internal transformation becomes external manifestation. You are wealthy in consciousness. You are becoming wealthy in circumstances. The shift is happening now. The transformation is complete or nearly complete. Your new life is emerging. Rest in this truth tonight. Wake to this reality tomorrow. Live from this consciousness always. You have shifted. You are wealthy. This is done. We have now reached the sacred final hour of this prosperity transmission, and I want to honor you for staying present through these 4 hours of deep consciousness work. The fact that you are still here, still listening, still absorbing these teachings, speaks volumes about your commitment to transformation and your readiness to claim the wealth that is your spiritual birthright. As we move into this closing hour, I want to share with you what Florence Scovel Shinn taught about the period immediately following intensive consciousness work. Because how you navigate the next hours, days, and weeks will determine whether this 4-hour transmission produces lasting transformation or fades like so many intentions that never manifest. She taught that the period after planting consciousness seeds is just as important as the planting itself. And there are specific practices for protecting and nurturing your manifestation during the vulnerable early stages when doubt and old patterns try to reassert themselves. Florence called this the sacred aftermath, the time between completing consciousness work and seeing physical results appear. This is when most people lose their manifestations because they do not know how to hold the new consciousness consistently while circumstances are still showing old patterns. They program wealth consciousness beautifully for 1 night or even 3 weeks, but then they wake up the next morning and immediately fall back into old scarcity thinking because circumstances have not changed yet. They check their bank account and see the same numbers and think, I guess it did not work. And that thought alone cancels out weeks of programming because doubt is the great neutralizer. Florence taught that protecting your manifestation during the sacred aftermath requires conscious discipline to maintain new consciousness regardless of what circumstances are showing. Trusting that circumstances always lag behind consciousness and will eventually catch up if you do not abandon your new programming prematurely. Here's exactly what to do starting tomorrow morning when you wake and continuing for the next 21 days minimum. Before you get out of bed, before you check your phone or think about your day, take 3 minutes to consciously reaffirm your wealth consciousness. Say to yourself silently or out loud, I am wealthy in consciousness and becoming wealthy in circumstances. Everything I programmed into my subconscious over these 4 hours tonight is working powerfully beneath the surface of my awareness. My financial transformation is in process right now, even though I cannot see all the evidence yet. I maintain wealthy consciousness today, regardless of what my bank account shows, because I know consciousness creates circumstances, not the reverse. Today I think wealthy thoughts, feel wealthy feelings, speak wealthy words, and take wealthy actions. I am committed to this consciousness for the next 21 days, minimum, and nothing can shake my faith. This morning reaffirmation reactivates the programming from the night before and sets your consciousness for the day. Then throughout your day, Florence taught a practice she called consciousness check-ins. At least 3 times during your day, pause whatever you are doing and consciously check what consciousness you are operating from in that moment. Ask yourself, am I in wealth consciousness or scarcity consciousness right now? If you notice you have drifted into scarcity thinking or fearful feelings about money, do not judge yourself. Simply acknowledge it and consciously shift back to wealth consciousness. This might mean taking 30 seconds to breathe deeply and remember your true abundant nature, or speaking a quick prosperity affirmation, or visualizing your wealthy self, or generating grateful feelings. The specific technique matters less than the conscious intention to catch yourself drifting into old patterns and deliberately return to the new consciousness you have been programming. Do this consistently for 21 days. And maintaining wealth consciousness becomes automatic because you have trained yourself to notice and correct deviations from your desired state. Florence also taught what she called the practice of protecting your consciousness from contamination. She said that in the early stages of establishing new consciousness, you are vulnerable to being pulled back into old patterns by people, environments, and inputs that reinforce poverty consciousness. If you spend your day listening to others complain about money, watching news that emphasizes economic disaster, engaging in conversations about how hard life is, your newly programmed wealth consciousness gets contaminated with scarcity consciousness from external sources. She taught that you must be very protective of what you allow into your consciousness field during the 21 days after intensive programming. Choose consciously what you listen to, what you watch, who you spend time with, what conversations you participate in. This is not being antisocial or disconnected from reality. This is being wise about protecting something precious and vulnerable while it establishes roots deep enough to withstand storms. A newly planted tree can be destroyed by wind that a mature tree easily withstands. Your newly programmed wealth consciousness needs protection while it matures into unshakable conviction. Let me tell you about a man who learned the hard way about protecting consciousness during the sacred aftermath. He attended a week-long intensive retreat with Florence, where his consciousness shifted powerfully. He left feeling wealthy, blessed, and certain that his financial life was about to transform. But within 3 days of returning home, he was back in his old scarcity consciousness. What happened? He had not protected his consciousness. He went right back to his usual environment, spending time with people who constantly complained about money, watching financial news that emphasized crisis, engaging in conversations about struggle and limitation. Within 72 hours, all the new programming had been contaminated and overwhelmed by massive inputs of scarcity consciousness. His manifestation never appeared because he did not maintain the consciousness that would have created it. When he returned to Florence confused about why nothing had changed despite his powerful experience at the retreat, she explained about protecting consciousness. He committed to the practice, deliberately limiting exposure to scarcity inputs and surrounding himself with abundance reminders and people who thought prosperously. Within 2 months, his wealth consciousness reestablished itself, and his circumstances began shifting to match. This is crucial for you to understand as you complete these 4 hours of intensive programming tonight. Tomorrow when you wake, you will be re-entering your normal environment and life patterns. If you are not conscious and deliberate about protecting and maintaining your new wealth consciousness, the old environment will pull you back into old consciousness within days. But if you protect your consciousness through morning reaffirmation, throughout the day, check-ins, and conscious filtering of what you allow into your awareness, your new programming will establish itself deeply, and your manifestation will appear inevitably. Florence said, protecting your consciousness during the sacred aftermath is like protecting a flame in wind. If you shield it carefully, it grows into a fire that wind cannot extinguish. But if you expose it carelessly, it gets blown out before it can establish itself. Here is another crucial practice for the sacred aftermath period. Florence taught that you must continue some form of nightly consciousness programming for at least 21 days after intensive work, even if not for 4 hours. You do not want to program intensively for one night and then nothing for weeks. That creates a spike and crash pattern where consciousness rises briefly and then falls back to baseline because you did not maintain momentum. The ideal approach is to continue nightly programming in shorter form, perhaps 15 to 30 minutes before sleep, reinforcing the consciousness you established tonight. You could listen to this same 4-hour transmission again multiple nights, or you could create your own shorter practice using the techniques you learned tonight. The key is consistency, continuing to water the seeds you planted through regular practice until they are so deeply rooted that they can sustain themselves without daily tending. Florence gave her students a simple but powerful nightly practice to use during the integration period after intensive work. Before sleep each night, spend just 10 minutes doing this. 3 minutes of gratitude for what you have and for what is coming. 3 minutes visualizing your wealthy self and feeling wealthy feelings. 3 minutes speaking your sacred decree with conviction. 10 minutes total to reinforce the consciousness established through longer work. This maintains momentum, prevents backsliding, and creates the consistency necessary for permanent transformation. If you commit to this simple 10-minute nightly practice for 21 days starting tonight, combined with your morning reaffirmation and daytime check-ins and conscious protection of your consciousness field, the transformation you experience tonight will become permanent, and your circumstances will have no choice but to shift to match your new being. Now, I want to address something important about the manifestation timeline, because this is where many people stumble. You might be wondering, when will I see actual money appearing as a result of this work? Florence taught that consciousness shifts happen instantly, but circumstance shifts take time, because physical reality is denser and slower moving than consciousness. The consciousness work you did tonight is already complete. Your subconscious has new programming. Your energetic vibration has shifted. Your being has transformed. But for that transformed consciousness to fully express as transformed circumstances typically takes anywhere from 3 days to 3 months, depending on how much old momentum needs to be shifted, how complex the circumstances are, and how consistently you maintain new consciousness. Most people see initial small evidence within days, more significant shifts within weeks, and complete transformation within 3 months of consistent practice. The key is to celebrate small evidence enthusiastically rather than dismissing it as not enough. If you program wealth consciousness for 3 weeks and then you find $20 unexpectedly, do not think, only $20? That proves this does not work. Instead, recognize that unexpected money appearing is evidence that your consciousness is creating circumstances, and celebrate it as proof that larger manifestations are coming. Small manifestations are not the destination. They are signposts that you are on the right path. Florence said that when you celebrate small evidence, you amplify the manifestation energy and accelerate larger results. But when you dismiss small evidence as insufficient, you send the message to your subconscious that manifestation is not happening, which can actually stop the momentum. As you lie here now, perhaps already at the edge of sleep after these 4 hours of consciousness immersion, I want you to feel profound gratitude for yourself, for your commitment, for your willingness to do this deep work. You have invested 4 hours in your transformation tonight, which is more than most people invest in their consciousness in an entire year. Honor that, acknowledge that, feel proud of that, and make the commitment right now, before sleep takes you, that you will protect and nurture the seeds you planted tonight through the practices I just taught you for the next 21 days minimum. Commit to morning reaffirmation, daytime check-ins, consciousness protection, and brief nightly reinforcement. Make this commitment non-negotiable. Your wealthy life depends on it. And know with certainty that if you do these things faithfully, your transformation is inevitable. Not possible, not hopeful, but inevitable. Because consciousness always creates circumstances when maintained consistently. Always. Without exception. This is law. Sleep now knowing that tomorrow begins the sacred aftermath period, and you are prepared to navigate it successfully. Wake tomorrow as someone who maintains wealth consciousness regardless of circumstances. Live tomorrow as someone who is protecting and nurturing transformation. And watch as your patient, consistent practice produces the abundant harvest you have claimed. You are wealthy. This is done. Rest now. We have arrived at the sacred closing of this 4-hour wealth consciousness transmission. And as you lie here now, deeply relaxed, perhaps drifting between waking and sleeping, I want to speak directly to your subconscious mind, which is now fully open and receptive after hours of this programming. Everything you have heard tonight, every principle, every practice, every story, every teaching has penetrated into the deepest levels of your being. Your subconscious has absorbed it all, even parts you do not consciously remember, and it is already working to create new thoughts, new feelings, new behaviors, and new circumstances that match the wealthy consciousness you have programmed. This is not hope or wish. This is certainty. This is done. Your transformation has already begun in consciousness, and physical manifestation must follow, because that is spiritual law that operates with absolute reliability for everyone who applies it. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that every person has a moment in their life when they decide to step fully into their spiritual power and claim the abundant life that is their birthright. For some, That moment comes after years of suffering and struggle that finally breaks them open to receive truth. For others, it comes quietly as a gentle knowing that there is another way. And for you, that moment is right now, tonight, as you complete these 4 hours of immersion in prosperity consciousness. This is your moment. This is your turning point. This is when you stop being a victim of circumstances and become a conscious creator of your reality. This is when you stop waiting for permission to be wealthy and claim wealth as your truth. This is when everything changes because you have decided it changes and you have done the consciousness work to make it real. I want you to understand something profound about what has occurred during these 4 hours. You did not just learn information about prosperity. You underwent actual consciousness transformation. Your brain has been in highly receptive states for hours, absorbing programming that has created new neural pathways, dissolved old patterns, and established new operating systems at the subconscious level. Your energetic vibration has shifted. Your identity has transformed. You are literally not the same person who began listening 4 hours ago. That person was operating from poverty consciousness that was creating poverty circumstances. The person you are now is operating from wealth consciousness that must create wealth circumstances. You have crossed a threshold tonight that you can never fully uncross. You have glimpsed your true nature as an abundant being, and that glimpse will continue drawing you forward into fuller expression of that truth. Now, as these final minutes unfold, I want to give you a closing practice that seals everything we have done together tonight and launches your manifestation powerfully into physical form. This is what Florence called the practice of the final decree and release, a way of completing consciousness work that tells your subconscious and the universe that the programming is complete and manifestation is now released to unfold. As I guide you through this, participate fully with whatever energy and awareness you still have, knowing that this final practice is extraordinarily important for ensuring everything you program tonight takes root deeply and produces abundant fruit. First, I want you to take 3 slow, deep breaths, breathing in light and abundance, breathing out any remaining doubt or fear. With each breath, feel yourself relaxing more deeply, opening more fully, becoming more receptive. Good. Now I want you to consciously gather all the prosperity consciousness you have been programming for 4 hours into one concentrated intention. Imagine all the teachings, all the practices, all the visualizations, all the feelings, all the words coming together into one powerful seed of consciousness in your heart center. Feel that seed glowing with golden light, pulsing with creative power, containing everything necessary to manifest your wealthy reality. This seed holds your transformation. This seed is your prosperity made real in consciousness. Now speak these words silently or aloud if you can, with absolute conviction and faith. I now seal all prosperity consciousness programmed tonight into my subconscious mind, where it will work powerfully 24 hours a day to create wealthy thoughts, feelings, and circumstances. I release this consciousness seed into divine intelligence, which knows exactly how to manifest my financial transformation in the most perfect way and time. I surrender all control, all anxiety, all need to figure out how this will happen. I trust completely that my wealth is already created in consciousness and must appear in circumstances, because consciousness always creates conditions. I decree that within 21 days, I will see clear evidence that my financial situation is transforming. I decree that within 90 days, my income will increase significantly. I decree that within 6 months, I will be living in abundant prosperity that exceeds my current ability to imagine. This is not hope. This is knowing. This is certainty. This is law. I am wealthy in consciousness now. I am becoming wealthy in circumstances now. This transformation is inevitable, unstoppable, and already in motion. So be it. It is done. As you speak or hear these words, feel them resonating in every cell of your body. Feel the truth of them settling into your bones, your blood, your breath. Feel your entire being saying, yes, this is real. This is happening. This is done. Hold that feeling for as long as you can, soaking in the certainty, the power, the truth of your wealthy nature finally claimed and activated. And then, when you are ready, Consciously release it all. Open your hands if they are closed. Soften your body completely. Exhale fully. And say silently, I release this to divine intelligence. It is done. I let go completely. And feel yourself surrendering all attachment, all control, all need to make anything happen. The work is complete. The seed is planted. The decree is spoken. Now you simply trust and allow the manifestation to unfold in its perfect way and time. Florence taught that this final release is just as important as all the programming that came before it, because holding on too tightly to your desire can actually strangle the manifestation. You must program powerfully and then release completely, trusting that divine intelligence is now managing all the details of bringing your consciousness into physical form. Think of it like mailing a letter. Once you have written it, put it in the envelope, sealed it, addressed it, and dropped it in the mailbox, your job is done. You do not dig it back out to check if you wrote it correctly. You do not follow the mail carrier worrying about whether it will arrive. You simply trust that the postal system will deliver it to the destination. Your consciousness work tonight is the letter. Your release is dropping it in the mailbox. Now, trust that the divine intelligence postal system will deliver your manifestation to you in perfect timing. Your job is done. Now simply maintain wealthy consciousness and allow the results to come. I want to close with a final blessing that Florence would give her students at the end of intensive consciousness work. She would place her hands on their heads or hold their hands and speak directly to their subconscious minds, bypassing all conscious resistance and doubt. Even though I cannot physically touch you, I am speaking this blessing to your subconscious now across time and space, and your subconscious receives it fully. Listen with your heart, not your mind. Beloved child of infinite abundance, I bless your transformation. I bless your wealthy consciousness, now firmly established in your subconscious mind. I bless the dissolution of all poverty patterns that have limited you. I bless the manifestation of money, resources, and opportunities flowing to you easily from all directions. I bless your faith that remains strong even when circumstances have not caught up yet. I bless your courage to live from wealth consciousness despite appearances. I bless your commitment to protect and nurture this transformation over the next 21 days and beyond. I bless the evidence that will appear within days, showing you that your consciousness is creating new circumstances. I bless the financial breakthrough that is coming to you in perfect timing. I bless your peaceful knowing that you are divinely provided for always. I bless your grateful heart that celebrates every manifestation, large and small. I bless the abundant life you are living in consciousness, now that must become your physical reality soon. You are blessed, you are wealthy, you are transformed. This is truth, this is done. So be it. And now, as you lie here in this final moment of our time together, I want you to know that you are not alone on this journey. All around the world, there are others who have discovered these teachings, who have committed to this practice, who are transforming their consciousness and their circumstances through the same principles you have learned tonight. You are part of a global community of conscious prosperity creators. And beyond that, you are supported by infinite intelligence itself, by the universe that wants you to prosper, by divine source that created you for abundance and joy. All of these forces are working with you now, supporting your transformation, orchestrating your manifestation, ensuring your success. You are held, you are guided, you are loved, and you are wealthy. So sleep now, deeply and peacefully. Let your body rest completely while your subconscious continues processing everything you received tonight. Tomorrow you wake to the first day of your new, wealthy life. Not because circumstances have changed yet, but because you have changed, and that is the only change that truly matters. Maintain your wealthy consciousness faithfully. Practice your morning reaffirmation daily. Do your consciousness check-ins throughout each day. Protect your consciousness field carefully. Continue brief nightly programming for 21 days minimum. And above all, trust completely that your transformation is real, your manifestation is certain, and your wealthy life is already created in consciousness waiting to be born into physical form. Remember to return to the comments section in 21 days and share your testimony. Tell us what shifted. Tell us what manifested. Tell us how your life transformed. Your story will inspire others beginning their journey just as others' stories inspired you. This is how we build collective consciousness of prosperity, lifting each other through shared testimony. I honor you. I bless you. I celebrate the wealthy being you truly are. Sleep now in peace. Wake in power. Live in abundance. This is your truth. This is your reality. This is your life. You are wealthy. So be it. It is done. Rest now, beloved. Rest deeply. Your transformation is complete in consciousness. Your manifestation has begun. All is well. All is perfect. All is unfolding beautifully. Sleep now. Dream abundantly. Wake wealthy. This is done. This is done. This is done.